Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I am your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Feathers. And I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. I really do. And I continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the healing, the knowledge, and the wisdom from the universe. With that said, it's 420 somewhere. So, and a topic for discussion tonight. Greetings, welcome, cosmic hugs. It's Friday night here on, the Hawkeye Two Feathers channel. Hey, Ed, what's up? And anyone else who's listening? Nobody at the moment. Maverick, how you doing? Been a minute. Good to see you. You as well. I spent the last hour and 45 minutes-ish with the Andromeda 7 ladies on that channel. And I was honored and pleased to be on there. Elder Barry, how are you? I love y'all's sense of humor. What the hell is that shining back there? Oh, that's that light. Let me move that. I repositioned a little bit. Anyway, and there was so many things that I wanted to pop in and say, and I realized that not only was I having lagging issues with the computer. Hey, Teresa, how are you? This is a follow-up because I was like, there was information that I wanted to interject, but I honestly did not want to interrupt. So I think you all did an excellent job tonight. Thank you for having me on. But it prompted a lot of thought in that. So this show is an addendum, if you will, to the Andromeda 7 show that Teresa and everyone was so kindly did. Yeah, sorry about the lag. It's okay. I was proud to be there with you all, you ladies, and to support you. And you gave me the opportunity to put a couple of cents worth in, and I was, you graced me with the ending prayer, and thank you. That means a lot to me. It does. But in listening to it, and I first want to state right off the bat here that I've been studying the pyramids since I was a little kid, and that I've had some kind of attachment to the pyramids. But from a spirituality standpoint, from a shaman's point of view, and that we have to understand that what if people didn't know about the pyramids? That was a culture in a particular part of the planet. Not to say it wasn't important. I am not discounting it at all. That's not my point. What I want to bring into the conversation is that it's sort of like this. As a Christian, as a Catholic growing up, they go, well, if the question was always that if they're not Catholic, they're going to hell. And I was like, no, this can't be right. Because Catholics, back in the day were in Italy. And so people on the other side of the world didn't have a clue as to what the Catholics knew, right? But so only the Catholics were going to heaven, and everybody else on the planet was doomed to hell for eternity. And I could never, ever buy that. Do you believe that? And I lied. I went, yeah, no, because I knew the consequences if I said I didn't believe that. Anyway, so this idea, though, so the point of view of people, especially usins here in the United States mostly, and around the planet, but they take Christianity, they take Europe, they take Russia, they take Italy and them places, and the Far East, Egypt and the Sumerians, and let's move on over to the Hindu religions and Buddha, and to the Indian, Pakistan nations there, also to include the Himalayas. But my point to all of that is, though, there were people in very remote locations who knew who the ancients were, who knew about the elders. Now, each tribe, each nation, each everybody have their own little kind of understanding, but elder means person who came before, supposedly with a little bit of wisdom. So, like the Catholic Church, in that, so if you didn't know about the Egyptians, then you would have just went, so well, what about the Catholics? Well, they didn't know about the Catholic religion until they, the Catholics, conquered the Americas. So it's like, now there is evidence that has been wiped or suggested, but that the Egyptians had been in the Mississippi River a long time ago. So I don't want to mis uh, represent the fact that I think the Egyptians are really smart. I think they traveled all over the place. But my point is that, though, the significance of the pyramids themselves, like, pyramid power and everything's got to be a pyramid. I'm not just, this isn't a discussion as to whether or not pyramids work. It's not my point. My point, though, is what about all of the cultures who had not a clue as to what a pyramid was? Okay. And by the way, it's not four-sided, it's eight-sided. Okay. There's a ridge down the middle on all four sides. It's not a four-sided pyramid, it's eight-sided. Okay. And when people look at the fact that say, well, it's a triangle, it's 3 points. Yeah, but that's a triangle. A pyramid is not 3 points. Okay. A pyramid has multiple points. All right. So stay away from, oh, look, it's a triangle. There's three. Hang on. Not saying that the triangle ain't important. I'm just saying be careful where you throw some of your enthusiasm. Okay. Because only from one side does a pyramid look like a triangle. So the idea of its 3 point represents the three. Back off a little bit. Just be careful. Not to say that's not important. I'm just saying you may, people are trying to relate things to the pyramids that might really not exist, in that they are projecting what it may seem to them. It's their perspective. Nothing wrong with it. Okay. But I think the ancients, who, I'm going to talk about Egypt for just a little. In one of the pictures that Teresa showed, there was a giant there. And I have been talking about this for a while, and looking at all the construction and the logs and the pulling and the hacking and all this, in my humble opinion, that there were giants there, and they might have had them big tubes to lift stuff up. And but to the point, though, I think that folks just don't include certain things in the idea of the pyramids. Like, for example, they want to talk about the pyramids, but they want to talk about the slaves and all of this, and well, but then they'll turn right around and go, well, it's lined up with the constellation Orion, and so there's all these extraterrestrial connections, but they won't talk about the extraterrestrials. Okay, they leave that part out. Oh, it's lined up, and we're right. Why? Well, it could have I agree. I think it does have a significance. I'm not discounting that, but they leave the alien out of it. Like, wait a minute, who up there said, hey, line them up here? Just saying. The Nazca lines down in South America. Why the Serpent Mound in Ohio? Because you can't see it on the ground what it looks like. Okay. So here's the thing: native peoples and shamans, the medicine men and women, the medicine people, okay, where are they called people? But anyway, the ancients and the elders told the native peoples that their ancestors came from the stars. So in these ancient times, Native Americans were like, yeah, we came from the Dog Star Cirrus, you know. Okay, well, this clan, claims a different part of the galaxy or our star system. Okay, fine. So, but in these ancient legends and stories, and the legend keepers are, as I've talked, I've met a legend keeper of the Tlingit in Alaska. And, they have been awarded like 3,200 years of oral history, has been allowed and granted by the state of Alaska to be a true history of the native peoples. So you're talking about 3,200 years ago. Well, yeah, well, the Egyptians. Well, guess what? The Egyptians, 3,200 years. But the native peoples didn't write it down, okay? Because they knew that man could mess with it. But the story, the stories that have been told for these thousands of generations, it was more important to tell the story because the story came from the heart. The story had the spirit of the words in it versus written down. Anybody could have written that shit down, but the elders knew the stories. And it was, it's my tradition to tell these elder stories now that I'm getting old. So it's not that the pyramids don't matter or anything. That is not my point. Okay. The pyramids mattered to the people who lived there, not necessarily to the planet. Okay. Now, I think that it's more about sound. I do believe that water was involved with it. Because it was sitting right next to the Nile, and there are claims that the Nile used to be a lot closer. We have to understand that there was a huge war up there in northern Africa. There are large sections. If you look at it from Google Earth, somebody plastered North Africa, okay, and consequently parts of Egypt, and we have to go back to the text with the Hindu about the Vimana, okay? Because if you correlate what the Vimana were doing and the wars in the heavens and all this kind of stuff, that what, you don't think there wasn't a base someplace else? I mean, they're from outer space. We have to consider that. But now here's the thing: not every shaman would, had an ET visit. You know what I mean? But every shaman that I've met, now the legend keeper Kashka, he was a mathematician. Okay, his job was a mathematician. He lived down in Florida, worked on NASA projects. He was a very smart, intelligent man. And so from that, you say, well, what the intelligence? He said, yeah, but science, it only proves what we have known in our hearts and our souls as native peoples, through our stories, through our customs. And I was like, what? He said, I don't need math to talk about the as a legend keeper. Is math important? Yeah, but but what does it have to do with the spirit connection? I'm probably going to piss some people off, but a lot of people about this Fibonacci sequence. If you understand the Fibonacci sequence, it does not have an end point. It doesn't end. The sequence continues on infinitum and possibly goes past the 0 point into the negative zone. Okay. So, oh, it's Fibonacci. Well, the circle of life. The circle of life is important. A lot of spiral things in the universe. But we have to understand we're putting European, well, if you have a full bladder, you'll be a peon, but anyway, the idea though that it's a European centrist point of view. The, Hindus look at it slightly different, similar. The Native Americans have, the symbol is in on petroglyphs and cave walls and things. So I'm not discounting it. But what I'm trying to explain is the importance of it to the people that knew what the symbol was. Now we're trying to interpret 3,000 years later what this some gun is all about, right? Do we really have a clue? No. But what I can say is I do believe the pyramids were harmonic frequencies through sound and just through vibrations. And I think that it was pointed to the sky for a particular reason, not just as a Wi Fi, but more as a communication central to Sky Brothers and Sisters. Okay. Think of it like if, when the Earth and Mars aligned, it was like, boom, it was like, hey, Joe, how's it going up there on Mars? Just saying. I think it had a much grander purpose than a lot of people are trying to give it credit because they're thinking in human terms without thinking about giants or this, space aliens. Got to say it. But it's our brothers and sisters from these different stars, Orion group, the Sirius group. So these things are in the history. But when people wish to discuss the pyramids or all these other kinds of things, they like don't they leave out that part. And it must be included into the equation of this thing. Now, that's to the physical stuff. Now, in the spirituality of things, shamans and native peoples, and I'm just saying the Egyptians knew more about the frequencies, but native peoples of all different cultures who made flutes, who made drums. There were certain, the Aboriginals in Australia with the didgeridoos, the throat singing, from the Mongols out on the steppes there in Russia and over in there. And it's like, so frequency and sound has been a part of the native cultures all across this planet, no matter where you go, South America, North America, Canada, anywhere in between. But it's who visited these people that affected what they knew from a basic concept. For example, the Mexicans and the Mayans in Mexico. For a long time, they did not see a need to build temples with stone. Okay. So something had to influence them. They just didn't see the need. And so then there was a need for a long time, but something was kind of pushing them to do it because then when whatever that happened and the Mayan culture disappeared, it didn't disappear. It just quit building monuments. They went out in the jungle and said, screw this. We don't have a need for this. It is not necessary for us to build these monuments for whatever reason these other people see. Now, will they sacrifice? Get over that part, okay? Because we have to look at what the people felt, okay? Well, the shamans, they did, yeah, but not all the shamans wanted to kill folks. Not all shamans wanted to make, the sacrifices were of corn and things. And, so not all cultures, there are 500 nations just in the United States area alone and parts of Canada and Mexico. But to the point, 500 nations. So they were not homogenous with their beliefs in all things, but their core belief of Mother Earth, their responsibility to not mess with her. You don't dig up Mother Earth just because. The Mother Earth is the respect. Mother Earth is the tree of life. Okay. And they understood that all things were connected through through Mother Earth. And I was thinking earlier on this, and I don't believe there's ever been a society that called the earth like Father Earth. Okay. All religions and sects and so forth, sects, 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 religions or beliefs, they all refer to the earth as mother. So we can all agree on that. And all native folks, and I mean from different tribes, and there are tribes in Thailand and China, and I'm talking native peoples. Now they have influence from their culture that we don't, well, we have it now because, they've been, floating back and forth across the Pacific for a while now. But, you know, uh, a long time ago, folks said, "What's a Chinaman?" You know what I mean? You have to go back to the days of Marco Polo when he went, to the East and, all that kind of stuff. But so if you didn't travel, you didn't know that there were shorter people or taller people or darker people or lighter people, or you just didn't know. And if somebody was a traveler and they walked through your town, you was like, "Oh my God, we're all 5 feet tall here. This guy's like 6'2". He's a giant amongst us. Now, was he actually a giant, or was he a giant to the people who populated that? Now, we have to take these things into consideration. So, my point in this conversation, I do absolutely believe that the pyramid, the Great Pyramid, is some type of machine. I absolutely do. Was it for steam and all this crap? Nah, these folks are thinking with puny little human brains. They got to get rid of that crap. It had a much higher value. What it is, I don't know. I got a little speculation, but like I said earlier, I think they were beaming, messages to the stars. It could have very well been a transport. You get in the thing and off you go. You don't have to fly in a spaceship. I would believe that more than I would believe that it was some kind of steam engine. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. These folks knew a whole lot more than to turn that great big giant thing into a steam engine for, come on, you know, these guys are just grasping at straws. I think they're putting their face in the mud going, "Hey, let's see how stupid I could be." Blah, 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 blah. It's a giant steam engine. Man, I've heard some pathetic excuses for what, anyway. So, but I do think there were higher purposes. I do think that it affected the earth somehow. I do believe that the presence of the pyramids on the planet still are affecting the planet. Are they affecting it in the ways that we understand? I'm not sure about that one. I think we have an inkling because of what Teresa brought out with the different vibrations that music and sounds and so forth. And like even Dante has said that, if you want to see some of these weird critters that are, have been visiting Earth recently, you emit a small, low and it just, it makes their cloaking device, mess up. Anyway, so the use of tones and tonal qualities. I mean, let's go back to dan 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 dan. The alien ship in Wyoming, which that was a tree, by the way. The Devil's Tower was a tree. It was one of many large trees on this earth. Talk about ancient trees, really big trees. So, which helps to bring true the story of Paul Bunyan in a way, and that he and was so big, and anyway, the trees were as big, just that. Just saying. So, in following along with the shaman side of things. So shamans knew there was energy in places. And so, now to native peoples, the entire earth is sacred. But there are places that, and I believe native peoples have made some of these places sacred because they hold them sacred. And for thousands of years, they've been going to certain places and holding certain ceremonies and giving, respect and harmony to the universe. And so, but for the idea of the tree of life, if you lived in a grassland and had never seen a tree, that would not make sense to you. Okay. Not to say it's not important, but if you lived in a grassland and only saw a few trees, then Where's your reference to the tree of life? It's in the circle of life, which in native peoples is, their circles, round teepees, dance circles, Um, so the circle of life includes everything, including the tree, because if you lived in the plains, you never seen one, or maybe very few, or you know what I mean. So somebody traded somebody that was moving from point A to point B, where because I've always asked the Plains Indians folk, where'd you all get your teepee poles? I'm just asking. If there, I've been out on the prairie, there ain't a tree in sight. Where'd you get them teepee poles? Well, they had to travel to somewhere where there were trees, but that's not where they lived. They didn't get them in their neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? So, but anyway, so native peoples understood the value of a tree because they built their lodge with the poles of the trees. So they knew, and in the circle of life and how they connect in the top, you kind of scratch your head and go, well, in a way, it looks it from a distance, a teepee doesn't look round. It almost looks like a triangle. It almost dun da da dun looks like a pyramid in a way, but it's round. So it includes, in my humble opinion, the native folks. It wasn't just. I have put up quite a few lodges, teepees, and native folks call them lodges. Okay, and they're different types, and they're not all a circle. And there are two main struts that come up, and then there is a lodge pole that is a little longer and a little bit bigger around, and it's a triangle that you set up. Not a perfect triangle, kind of leans to one side a little bit. But so they understood the importance of three. To build your lodge, you use three poles, lash them together, and there is a lodge pole a little bit longer. That's the hypotenuse, if you will, or I don't know. But anyway, so they understood the math and practicality of things. Because I've seen some videos of some white people trying to make a teepee, and I'm going, oh my God, you folks have got it all wrong. But they're doing the best they can under the circumstances. So there are a lot of correlations with the shape. Okay. Was it pyramid? Well, or, if you didn't have a bunch of stones, native folks still made things in circles. There are great, uh, I can't think of his name. He's a South African, has talked to that Bobby guy or something anyway, along with David Icke, but down in the southern Africa, not necessarily South Africa, but there are these areas where there are these circles that are connected, and they've gone into these things, and their magnet goes crazy. Their cell phones won't work. Anyway, have watched this over the years. So, but there's circles, okay. So around the planet there are crap loads of circles. Just saying. So, but one particular culture brings in the square, okay? But again, the pyramid is not square, all right? It is eight-sided. There's a seam down the middle of each one of these things that can only be seen on certain times of day and the shadows and so forth. So this idea of it, that it's only four sides, they went beyond it. There is an extra to it. Okay. That's why I think it's more important than any of us really care to talk about in open public, right? Some folks are, don't get me wrong, but no, it's a steam engine. Get off your, go soak your head. But anyway. Now, here's something. You think about the Egyptians and what their priests and their pharaohs and all this stuff. And they talk about, the boats, and they're going to load people on it and take the river Styx after they die to go into the underworld and blah 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 blah. Okay, all right. Native peoples, they want their spirits. Many of them don't want to be connected with the earth. They want to be, cremated, or, as some of the Plains Indians and folks, they put them high up on. You've seen the old cowboy movies where, they were high up on stilts. That was to get them close to, Great Spirit, you know. So and their stories of the underworld are totally different. It's more about the sky beings. And so the Egyptians were like, in my humble opinion, were like, yeah, we're going to go into the earth and stay there. Versus native peoples were going to be free in the air, that their souls would travel up with the smoke of the sage and of the sacred fires, and that they would become one with the universe again. Egyptians, nah, they got to take all their shit with them. A lot of the Chinese emperors, the terracotta warriors, right? So it's like, these guys thought that they were going to take all this stuff with them into the other realm. Now, let's just, pause for a second and go, well, now what's this got to do with spirituality and shamanism? And hang on a minute. Let me have a drink of coffee and say hi to everybody. Doug, Project Skyfalls, ESB, how you doing, my brother? Maverick, Michelle, always, hello, thank you, blessings, everybody. Um, And like I was saying, if you just got here, this is an addendum to the story, the show that Andromeda 7 did. I'm not trying to discount anything that anybody's saying. You know me, I have to be the damn grown up in the room and talk about some stuff that other people just won't throw in there. Ed Hagel, if you're still here, Teresa went to bed. We love you, Teresa. Thank you for everything you do. All y'all, really. I mean that. Let's see. Did I miss anybody? Okay, so in this point of view of like, you made it back home. Good, Isby. I'm glad you had a safe trip. And you know, I'd like to come visit before my legs won't carry me. Maverick. I was thinking that today. I'm like, damn, I hate this getting old stuff. And I really wanted to go out and do. So me and the dog walked around a little bit, but went down in the woods yesterday and walked around a good bit. But I'm thinking, God almighty, I just don't move like I used to. And I really want to go camping. I will. I'll go camping in kayak, at least kayaking. But this being able to, I don't have the stamina that I used to have. I'm just going to put it that. But here's the thing. So I'm going to start working on my stamina. Well, Maverick, that's the reason why I got a kayak, because my knees and lower back, so I can sit. My upper body's great. I can paddle and paddle and paddle. Hey, Project, how you doing? I missed you earlier. But yeah, I hate it. I'm sitting here in pain right now, but I just choose to ignore it. There are times when it just screams so much it takes your breath away. But anyway, but so that was the reason why I used to do a lot of walking, hiking kind of thing, and I realized I just can't do that. So I started looking at waterways and lakes and things so that I can travel and feel mobile, and I can be on water. But when I used to go to the mountains all the time, I was always looking for waterways and things. Anyway, so back to the topic, if you will. I've been at this a little over half an hour. So, but anyway, so from the Egyptians' point of view, and I used to have the Book of the Dead, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, and a lot of other stuff long time ago, where some of you actually might have not been born. I've had that for so long. And what I've learned to understand is that we don't really understand. Everything is a hypothetical point of view, perspective from the people who look at it and go, oh, that must be a steam generator. Oh, kiss my grits. If it was a steam generator, there'd be signs, okay? Moisture, anyway, there'd be signs. Um, the gentleman who that I watched years ago, and I was like, this guy's got the right idea. He took a machinist square and took it in and started laying it on surfaces. And you can see the tool marks. Listen, I've worked in high speed grinding. And if anybody knows what a tolerance is, it means you have to operate within certain parameters. And when I was working on jet engine blades, I was grinding and I was making the gauges that checked the blades, and they were plus or minus 0.00030 which is less than a half a thousandth tolerance, one half of a thousandth. And the only way you could check that kind of stuff was like a big comparator. Anyway, like one of them was a 30x. So you had to blow the picture up to the point where you could see whether or not it was intolerance. But anyway, so I know how hard it is to do that, and to see the quality of an inside cut corner on some of those, on that granite thing inside one of the pyramids or something. Somebody had some kind of laser technology. They had something. Okay, this was not stone chisels. We have to understand that. Period. Well, if they didn't have stone chisels, then what was it? Well, they had giants. They had their ET brothers and sisters, possibly from the Orion area, because that's the way it was laid out, kind of thing. But we have to understand it was 3,000 years ago. Lots happened in 3,000 or however many years, right? So we're looking back on something. But if I took a button, and buried it out in the yard, and 500 years later, somebody was digging around it, if this house's foundation is still here, a lot of concrete, so it's not going to just wash away. But a lot of wooden structures that used to be around here, there is simply, I know of 15 log cabins that we either torn down, burnt. With they tore them down, they burn them. And old tobacco barns and houses, because some of my houses, barnwood in it, and old houses. So, and they tear them down because of taxes and other things. But so just around here in just this small area, I know of 15 houses, which were homesteads, that unless you knew they were there, you'd never know they existed, because they were wood. A storm, this or that, but if you knew what a foundation kind of looks like, one of the ways to find out an old homestead is if there were any flowers planted around in the yard. And so there'll be this field, and then there'll be like a whole row of lilies, and there's an odd little plant or tree or shrub or something over here, and you go, Now, what's different about this? Oh, and then you start looking around on the ground if it hasn't been plowed or tilled, and you'll find evidence of somebody living there. An old tin can, a bottle, something, or a button is my point. But so if I was looking around one of these areas and I go, I found this button. Well, it would be my training, learning, understanding this button must have been from the Civil War, because it was brass or something. Well, it might not have been the Civil War, because their Civil War didn't really come this far south. Doesn't mean that there weren't Yankees and rebels who came down here and died, or their house burned or whatever, and some of their belongings were in the dirt. So, but in being an archaeologist around here, for example, on the Ochlockonee River, there's a place. And it bothers me because it keeps coming back to my head. It's let's see, it's before you get to a railroad trestle, a big railroad trestle. not so much high as it is long across the swamp. And on the way down there, I'm looking to my right. This has been a couple of years ago now. I'm like, I was with my friend Rob, and I was like, Rob, I've been down this place now 20 times, down and back, um, even more. And I said, look at this piece of concrete. Now, down there ain't no roads down there. It's really nasty, swampy terrain. I mean, so here's this great big piece of concrete, and it's old concrete because you can tell by the aggregate and the stones and stuff in it. And it's got these big metal rebar sticking out of it, like where you would tie up a boat or something. And that's it. There isn't anything else around it. It's this great big piece of concrete. There's nothing in the swamp that looks like a road was ever there. We've gotten out and looked around on the bank and so forth. It's really sandy and really it washes out too much. Why anybody would want to put something there? They'd want to go further towards a higher bank that doesn't flood. And this is in a floodplain area. I mean, it's flooded right now, as a matter of fact. So, but where did this piece of concrete come from? And I've looked in some things and looked around and, maps and old maps and stuff. I ain't got a clue where this piece of cement came from. And they had to mix it down there. They didn't carry it there. You know what I mean? It was poured there. No other foundation. So it's up to me to come up with how the hell to get there. Who did it? Who were the people that wanted it? Why did they put it there? The river sucks through that area, so what's the deal with a piece of concrete? So it's still, I still want to find out where that piece of concrete come from, and that there's no other concrete around it, no steps or anything. Anyway, it's like a corner, and it's a really nice corner. You know what I mean? Have tied up to it several times just to get out and look around because to me, there's got to be something else. However, it floods so easy right through there that anything that might have been on top of it, I mean, the river will take huge logs and move them around. Huge, several tons of trees and move them around like it was nothing. So, some foundation blocks or rocks or something like that, wouldn't stand a chance. They would get rolled down further downstream or something. So anyway, but my point is it exists. It's there. Do I know who, what? No. So it would be up to me to speculate why it's there, who, you know what I mean? So we look at the pyramids and go, well, we know all of this stuff. Do we really? And my answer is no. Because they're leaving out this big, if you want to call it, the space alien. Okay, but they're our brothers and sisters. They help to seed us. I mean, let's go back to Native Americans. All right, so there's been a lot of discussion about different types of arrowheads, the flint napping on it. And I can't remember the names right now, but there was a particular kind, and they kept saying that, well, it came over from China and Russia and entered down through, Alaska and, middle America. And it's like, They already had those types of arrowheads and different flavors, depending, get this, on the type of flint. And I live near the Flint River. There's a big piece of flint right over there in my window. I've got this piece here that that I keep around. And it has obviously been worked. You can see the flutes on the side, right? And this could have very well been for a spear or something, Anyway, it's crude but effective, but who taught them how it flint napping is definitely an art. I've known many nappers over my years and people who go to sleep a lot too, and how you break it, how you fletch it, how you work it. And it's an art, let me tell you. You just don't go out there and go chip, 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 knock, knock, here's an arrowhead. So A lot of the broken arrowheads that I have found in pieces and stuff in my collection were probably made when somebody was trying to just take one more piece off and they hit a fracture that's in the that will, show up in the flint sometimes, and it broke. And then went, well, shit. So, but there is, who taught them how to do that? Who taught them how to take a particular rock and wait, let me work it like this? Thousands of years and millions of people who in different tribes and different areas um, made their types of arrowheads and spear points and so forth, and they traded different types of flint, because this was better to work and this one's blah blah blah. Just as flint knappers do these days. There are people who, will go to the Flint River. I got a couple of big pieces of flint, big rocks carried home. And the reason is because if I ever get into a situation, I'll break them suckers up. Now, I am not a flint knapper, but I remember enough to where I could probably get some pieces, slivers, and whatever, and make use of them. Now, but the thing is, I would not know to take this big rock I got sitting in my window and that I could break it just right. And that with that, I could come up with a shape like this. And also that I would have serrated edges on that, and how to do that. So, well, took a lot of practice. What gave them the idea to put the serrations on it? Well, I get the idea of a point, but who showed them how to do, because it's fine work. You have to learn how to crunch it just right. So same thing like the folks in Europe. Who taught these people how to melt metal? You just don't melt it. And the Chinese and the swords and all those, the Japanese swords, long tradition of how. Who showed them how to do that? Nobody has said, well, they learned it on their. They may have learned processes over the many thousands of years, but who taught them to go get that ore, put it in a fire, in a container, and melt it, smelt it, or whatever? I mean, I could see where people would make a clay pot and sit it near a fire and go, you know what? This side's hard. Let's try this again. But to go get metals and then to mix them, copper, okay, but you need copper and other stuff to make bronze and any other kind of metal. So where did they get this idea of metallurgy? Who made the first freaking hammer? You know what I'm saying? Well, you got to pound the metal with what? You ain't gonna do it with a rock. It's metal. A big old tree stump or something. Now a lot of tools back in the days. There are some very hard woods. But until they made the first hammer, how did they make this stuff? Oh, nobody says. It's just, part of the thing. Nah, come on. We were taught these things in different areas of the planet. To the American and to the Aboriginals in Australia, much the same in the island nations. They used what they had, bamboo and stuff like that, and coral and rocks and things, but they slipped on a piece of coral or a shell or something when they was out fishing or something and cut their foot. They learned how to make sandals so they didn't cut their feet. There was a cause and effect, to what they did. Who taught them how to fish? Who told the people on an island that fish was good to eat and how to cook it, break it, what fruit? How many people died before they realized, wait a minute, I can't eat that? You know what I mean? So, but we take this back thousands and thousands and thousands of years, okay? And simply because it isn't written down, this is my point. Simply because it isn't written down doesn't mean that it doesn't have value. So there are all these other traditions in other parts of the world, but certain folks seem to focus. Not that again, not that this is about the pyramids. I'm not. It's that people understood the basics of spirituality and a higher level of spiritual thinking without any special devices. Okay, drum, a circle, but throat singing, something like that. But they didn't need a monument. You know what I mean? Sand art. When certain chiefs and whatever, I've been in the deep woods where there's nothing around and there's this pile of rocks. Somebody died there. The rocks were piled up for a reason to mark someone's passing or something. Quite a few places in the Cherokee National Forest up there in North Georgia, go walking on and go, you know, there not even any real rocks around, and there's this pile. Yep, something special about that spot. So, but what does this mean in the grand scheme of things? Because the native, they're not just North American, but the native traditions listened to their elders because they didn't have anything else to flip and do. Let's put that in consideration too. They didn't have TV, so they sat around the fire and Grandpa, tell us that story again. And Grandpa, tell us how grandfather or grandmother, it wasn't just grandfather that told the stories. There were many medicine women that told stories. So the bravery of the men who went out on the hunt and what it meant, their spirituality to where they would pray a day or two before they went on a hunt to be cleansed so that they would be, how many people these days go, wait a minute, I'm going to fast for a day or two. I'm going to do a drum. I'm going to sage myself and do a sweat before I go to the grocery store to go hunting for food. You know what I mean? So folks that did these things had a much deeper sense of what the natural order of things was. Now, was they always right about that? Here's the thing. They respected the buffalo. They respected all critters. They respected it all. So there are people, yeah, well, what about when they would, get a herd of buffalo that went over a cliff? It was up to the buffalo as to how many jumped. And so the Native Americans were not looking necessarily at, they didn't want to kill the whole herd. White men came along, and within 20 years, you couldn't find a buffalo. So, they sustained the herd for thousands of years. Oh, but they ran buffalo off a hill. It was easier than trying to catch them and kill them. But to the same part, those folks who had buffalo in their spirit, their nature, and their, for the Plains Indian. Now, folks over here in this down south, they didn't know what a buffalo was unless they had heard it from another tribe through powwows or whatever. So, but the Plains Indians, and they revered the buffalo, it wasn't about the slaughter. It was about Creator would give us what we need. And that if too many buffalo died, there was other critters like hawk and all these, that Mother Earth maybe needed the blood of the buffalo. So they understood it is we didn't try to massacre, but Creator gave us what we needed. Maybe a little too much, but there are other critters and animals and birds and the vultures and that will use the hides and the bones of the buffalo. So, but they understood it on a higher level than I think most white Anglo-Saxon kind of folks, I mean, there was even more evidence that the Vikings weren't, quote, as bloodthirsty. Oh, they were now, but they had a very high honor, at least within themselves. Other people didn't notice it or what it was. So the god of thunder. So it's like, well, the sky god. Yeah, Oh, but they believe in, well, okay. So the Greeks believed in, and the Catholics believe in, a God sitting on a throne. So whose point of contention of spirituality is anywhere near right? As I mentioned before, in the Revelations, John talks about that, that you will go and sit with my Father and with the ancients and the elders. Wait a minute, so the ancients and the elders are in the Bible in many places sitting around rapping and having tea with God. Think about that. So other people, well, wait a minute, I don't know what they're angels, beings, or there's this. Yeah, but they're the angels, they're the angels, the elders, and the ancients sitting around having a chat with God. Just saying, oh, but Apollo or these other gods or whatever, well, we can't talk about it. What if it's basically just uh, a figure of speech to another culture, you know? So, and as this culture is um, passed down, there are native peoples that carved things in wood and soapstones and things like that. The northwestern tribes counted up in there with totem poles. And a totem pole is very important in that it represents, the different faces, critters, in the clan to the totem poles. And that is in honor and respect to them as a nation and also to the spirits that helped, and I mean by the Indian nation, that the totem pole is that symbol of, you know, this is, what gave us, and we're grateful, and this is in tribute, and, but you don't there you don't normally see folks out there doing sacrifices and killing babies. Would they take out um as the Chinese would do, or the or Oriental religions, in that they leave offerings for the ancient ones and for the elders and for those who have passed on. So they give, bake of bread. Here's some cornbread and greens. If you were from the South, I reckon, but maize. That the many of talk about that. Corn Mother came and Creator gave them corn, and the Corn Mother showed all of the women. The women should plant the seeds, not the men. The men can till it and take care of the weeds, but the women should be, because they are of the mother and of the goddess. Of course, this is a lot of women who claim to be women who don't want to be women, but we won't get into that. So this idea of femininity, of wanting to be a woman, being the creator, bringing the seed to life. And there's just so many people, some ladies, that just, they ain't into that. Well, yeah, the men can plant it just as good. You're missing the point. Oh, well, I'm going to go to war. I don't need, what am I going to plant corn for? Well, okie dokie. It's your choice. Now, women have been in battle for a long time, and this horseshit that women shouldn't be in battle. I mean, the Vikings and folks, the whole village turned out to, and so, this idea of women aren't essential and equal, it depends on the culture, okay? It depends on the society around which those things. But people will look at one or two particular things. It's almost 12:20, so it's 4:20 somewhere pretty soon. Lady Spitfire, ooh, good to see you. Um, it was in the middle to upper 70s here today. Yeah, it was 80 degrees here down here in South Georgia, damn it. It's like, you know, summer has come too quick. Too quick. I'm telling you. But the pear trees are blooming. I got a wild azalea that's blooming. I went down in the woods with Duggar yesterday and got my feet wet pretty good. The water's down in the backyard, but it's still really gushy, which is a good sign. But anyway, this idea, though, that there are entities that wish to change how we look at the nature of things. So, regardless of the computer, daffodils, thank you very much. Yes. And um, we have this tiny little plant. It's like an orchid, and they're like this big. Honestly, they're this big. But when the summer comes, they're one of the first things you can see blooming, and they're these tiny little white tongues, and they're, like a tall one's like maybe an inch, inch and a half would be like gymongous among them. But walking down in the swamps, it's like they're all over the place. I was like, that's a sign of them too. But anyway, but in the nature of things, 420, smoke if you got them, and blow smoke in somebody's direction if they ain't. I think that the Egyptians, just as a past thought bringing forward, their idea of the underworld, and I was fascinated by this for years, and I was like, and then I got a tap on and that angel tap on the shoulder that says, "What good is this information doing you, Hawkeye?" What was the Egyptian? And then it was like tap, 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 Hawkeye. What about all of the rest of the world? Not just Egypt, Well, Egypt's got all, yes, there is no doubt there's some cool shit there, okay? There's stuff off the islands of Bermuda and Bimini, and, there are structures in the Bosnian pyramids. There are places all over this planet that have structural things that are really old, okay? I do not deny that. But in my understanding of spiritualism, in looking at the Egyptians, my spirit guides were going, "You want to be a Catholic? Go join these guys." And I went, "What?" And they went, "Yeah, the Egyptians were like the Catholics." And what do you mean? Well, because they got these guys, they're going to get in their boats, they're going to the underworld, got to take all this shit with them, got to build these, that's what the Catholics do. And I was like, wait a minute now. Hell, bells, I've spent most of my life trying to get out of the Catholic Church and away from them crazy people. And so my spirit guide said, just think about it. Not that they're connected per se, but there is a lot of connection between ancient Egyptian stuff and the Vatican and the Catholic Church, and a lot of the architecture is Egyptian. A lot of you gotta wonder, okay? And I thought to myself, I don't like the Catholic Church. They have steered me in a wrong direction about the spiritual stuff, because it's not about the spirit. It's all about what's written. It's all about the dogma of the church or of the religion so people can't take themselves out of the book or documents or dogma or whatever long enough to let's just talk about your soul. Let's just, yeah, but Jesus, stop it. Yeah, but Allah. Okay, all right, fine. Let's just ask them. We know they all exist, and I respect yours. You respect mine. Okay. Everybody's got a butthole. Some people use them better than others. But anyway, so this idea, though, that in the spiritual sense of things, the shamans of old had it. And little children grew up and asked questions of grandfather and grandmother. Why are those stars like that? Well, our ancients, came from there. What? Thousands of years ago. So over generations and generations of these native peoples, this is ingrained in their DNA. And I believe in mine, because I've been looking to the stars for a long time and just knew that I had relatives from there long before anybody said there was an ET. So my internal understanding of it, I've accepted it for a long time. You didn't have to convince me. Now, when I started seeing spaceships, I was like, well, now that's a whole nother level of stuff. But I've always felt that connection to the universe. So, but in the Egyptian kind of style and sort of, well, we're going to build these monuments, our kings deserve it. Like, king doesn't deserve to be, throw him out in the desert and let, anyway. Um, Native Americans, though, did, a lot of the, and unless they were killed in battle, but a lot of the elders, the purpose of dying was to give away anything that they had, accumulated in their lifetime. Several stories of people that were like, they reached a certain age, and I understand it now, to where this ain't going to do me no good, you know. Let me give this to somebody who would appreciate it, and use it or whatever, And so I understand that, and I understand where the elders of old, well, I'm getting feeble, and I've got this really cool little blade that I've used, and I want to pass this on to you. You're younger, and you can use it more than I can. I can't hold it in my hands anymore, so and feathers and necklaces and jewelry that one would collect or trade for over the years, that by the time they pass away, they've given away most of their belongings because they know they can't take it with them. So instead of waiting until you're dead and then people come and get your shit, they give it away ahead of time. Not a bad thought. So you say, well, where's the spiritualism in that? Because they get it. I can hang on to this while I'm here, but I'm going to go, you know, into the heavens with great spirit. So one of the things that people sometimes they want to separate this. And I'm going to here take another hit and think about this one. This is a sort of a George Carlin moment in a way. Not in crazy, but in thinking. There are people who would understand that and but it's part of this is true though. Okay, so I'm not trying to disprove something. I'm trying to include things. So there is just a distinction of fourth and fifth and sixth dimension, 9, 10, 12. All right. All right. So that's a dimension. What about a parallel universe per se? Something in some elders talk about in that shadow world. It's not evil. It's in the shadows. So it's not here, and and it's probably more there, but but from our point of view, it's in the shadows. So for us, it's not in either one, but for the other being, he's in theirs and partially in this one. Now, here's the thing. Yes, there are portals that open up in places. Yes, there are hot spots and ley lines and yes, all that's true. But one thing we have to understand is that there are these dimensions that we're passing through and that are passing through us all the time. We coexist with these things that cannot be seen with these eyes. We close our eyes and see it from here. We open our hearts and we hear it and listen. Okay. So, but the thing is that a lot of people, well, I conjured up a thing. Well, you could have called something that was in the local neighborhood to come over and go, well, what the hell is this creep going to do? He's calling upon Beelzebub. Hey, I'm Beelzebub. Yeah, just saying. And I have to be honest when I say this, as I always am, but this is not to get anybody pissed off. Okay. There are so many times I'm hearing people, well, I talk to St. Michael all the time. And he's in the yard kind of thing, and we're doing this, and St. Michael and Mother Mary, Mother Mary and Mother Mary has made it my interpretation, my understanding has put it to me is that I know where her essence is in the universe. If I need to call her upon her essence, or she needs me to have a subject about something, I will feel that essence and go, ooh, that email's from her. But this idea, though, that there are folks who are, oh, but I have a conversation with her and they're here with me in the room and we've had this chat. Listen, it takes a lot of energy to be able to split and be in 2 or 3 places at one time. This planet is really big, and there are a lot of people who are saying that they're simultaneously having coffee with Mother Mary or whoever, or Michael or whatever they're channeling, and I'm like, okay. We have to look at this in a reality sense. You probably talking to your higher self. That's probably one of your guardian angels or spirit guides that is they're channeling the mother essence. Okay. Because we all have it. So they might just have a little tidge more because of who they are and what they're doing, right? But that the entity and essence of Mother Mary don't have time to do what all these people are professing that's happening. Yet, okay. Can you have messages? Yes. Can it be from that? Yes. But here's the thing, people always want to go, there's nothing wrong with this. They want to go to the source. Well, okay. Now, hang in here with me a minute. They think the source is a point, an end point, or a beginning point. And we're swimming in source soup all the time. I'm in it, there goes a mushroom floating by, oh, whoop, there's a piece of corn. It might be, clam chowder. Who knows? It might be corn chowder. But we're floating in this in the universe. It's all around us. All dimensions that we can or cannot see, perceive, or understand, whether we see them or not, they exist. Can we see atoms? Not really. Can I see air? No, but I can watch the dust and leaves float on the air. You know what I mean? So I can watch the presence of air or, moisture in the, when you go outside in the fog. Do you actually see the droplets of water? No, it's foggy. It's too foggy, right? But you know that there's a lot of water, that's what's creating this, the fog. So you can reach out and you can feel the wetness on your hand, but you can't really touch a drop, but it's there, right? So it exists, but it don't exist. It's not rain and it ain't so it's the in that in between. So it exists in both forms at the same time, as a mist, as a fog, and but if you touch it and you walk through it, there are water droplets condensed on your body or on your shirt or something, right? You get wet. Part of an explanation. But so there, folks would like to draw lines in that, well, I'm talking to God. Yeah, okay. But the universe is all around you, and the source energy is all around us. So, my point to this is there a source point? And my answer would be no, because the source is everywhere. Now, somebody say, well, that's the force. Okay, Star Wars, okay. But in a lot of that understanding, it's a fact. We are living in this energy and it's all around us, whether you want to call it the force or now creator, different from source. Now, if you're asking for a creator, you're asking for is specific, okay? So if you ask the source, which is all around us, for help in something, If we ask the source of all, it's not a point in time or space because it exists everywhere. So there are lots of folks, religions and so forth, that would like to put it to the gods. Now, these are gods that simply exist in another dimension, but the gods are not the source of all the energy because the source includes them and they could be manipulating some of this stuff, okay, and are. But is that the sole source from the universe? The answer has got to be no, because this energy is everywhere in the cosmos. It's not just here. So there are folks who would try to take too too many things too literally. So, well, these guys think that this is for this. I would still love to know what that piece of concrete is doing down in the swamp all by itself, where somebody used to dock there. I would love to know where it come from. Ain't a clue. I've looked, and I'm not done yet. I'll be back down on the river to do some more because it's been bugging me. That's why. So, but and there are not too many places I can go looking for clues to some mysterious piece of concrete down in the swamp. But anyway, there are other places along the bank or something where I could see where it would be necessary. But anyway, none at that location. So the spirituality of the religions. So we look at the Egyptian. Ooh, they had something special going on. Yeah, okay, no doubt. But do any of us really want to they were going in a boat and so there's some of this stuff we have to think, did they destroy themselves or did somebody else destroy them because they went too far? Did did the destruction to the Egyptians and for Egypt's over here on the Nile River, you move a little more to the west and go out there and look in the desert. Oh, many somethings blew up big time out there. Oh my God. Just saying. Whew. And there are other places on the planet that looks like there have been some severe discharges. Now, it could have been Mother Nature, but there are blast patterns, there are colorations of rock that only change color when they reach really high temperatures. There are fractures and things. I'm just saying. So, but though to me, it explains why, well, the Egyptians, they destroyed themselves and they used a higher power. Maybe it was somebody else that didn't, that was either jealous, didn't want them to happen. Well, it was Enoch. It was this person. Maybe it was somebody we never flipping heard from who came here and said, y'all, we ain't letting y'all keep using that for whatever reason. Okay. It could have been an antenna, literally, into the universe. It could have been the Tesla thing. I have no doubt it was like a Wi Fi. But if that's true, then to what did it give light to? So you're living in a 3-bedroom mud hut, on the edge of the desert there. It wasn't desert back in them days. So, but you're living in this hut. So why do you need this electricity or whatever in your hut? Just saying. What mechanical devices are the people like us using today? What are the mechanical devices that they would need electricity? We need to back this up. Oh, would they use it? Okay, so where's the evidence of their cell phones? Where's the evidence of of a microwave? Where are the evidence of light bulb glass? Why would these people, not saying they didn't now, need Tesla energy to generate power if they didn't have anything to use it with? Think about it. Where are the tools? Where's the reciprocal saws? Where's all the, Yes, they had, batteries and things. I can understand that they would use this in certain places, these they Baghdad batteries. They found these old things, and so they've known about some of this technology and things. But my point is, what household item in a hut do you need Tesla energy for? Nobody says anything about that. And I'm just curious, Now they could have had other things, or, maybe they were street lamps. Okay, fine. There's no evidence of any device that this quote energy would have been used for in the area. Okay. So therefore, in my humble opinion, I think all these people who are talking about this energy was Wi-Fi. No, no. Where's their stuff, right? They've got clay pots that are 2,000 and 3,000 years old. So what? There's no device of any kind of implement. I'm just saying. You know. So Oh, but it was now. Could it have been generating power? Absolutely. I. That's not my point. But why have Wi-Fi if nobody's got a cell phone? So my understanding of the pyramid thing, and what my higher selves are saying, it was a lot more than a steam engine or this or that, and it was very powerful, but that we still don't really have a clue what they were using it for, and they didn't overdo it themselves and blow it up. There was a war that it has not been spoken about, because those things were destroyed. And it took a long time for the Egyptians to recover, just like when the Mayans left in Mexico. They just, they just all vanished and went into the jungle. Why? Because whoever was controlling them said adios and went home. Okay. Quetzalcoatl, whoever, the sky gods. But here's the thing. So the people, is like, well, um, our overlord ain't here no more, uh, and so we don't see the point. They went back to natural things, you know. I mean, if people didn't have millions of dollars, they wouldn't have Beverly Hills, or the swimming pool with and movie stars, right? Because those people would just live in a hut like the rest of us. They don't produce anything. So they're overpaid, overcompensated. But in the natural order of things, the storyteller or the dancer or the whatever was given honor and maybe an extra chicken leg, or a side of buffalo. But they were honored in a way, but with a feather, or with or with a clap, or or a bow. But have to own all of the teepees simply because they told a good story, no. You know what I mean? So people go back to natural things. A woman has a good voice and sings songs to the children in the tribe. Other ladies don't sing so good. So she is awarded the job of teaching singing. And her the honor is in her singing, and the honor is allowing her to sing. So, but so the object of money, or the value of something, the value of it is at the time that it's done. So the people, did that. But other societies, no, you got to be a king, or you got to be a priest, or you got to be a this, or you got to be a that, or you ain't nothing but a slave or a low down, you see. So, but not all communities on the planet were like that. It was only certain societies. And we got to look at the Egyptians and go, well, whatever they knew and whatever they were doing. Somebody didn't like that shit. Okay. For whatever reason. Okay. Now, on this side of the planet, native folk are still native folk. They're still trading with each other. They're still doing the things that their ancestors and their elders taught them. And that it's their job, because they want their grandchildren, they want their offspring to be able to remember them and say, well, I knew that crazy son bitch, Uncle Dave. He told some wild ass stories, and he would give examples that would just, make your bum burn, But at the same time, he made us think. And in this idea of the universe, it is that sometimes we overthink one particular thing and we forget about the rest of it. So, to the point that I have always been interested in um, uh, pyramids and such, that's just a tiny little part of the shaman story, of the spirit of Mother Earth, of what rocks and trees and the grass, out in the plains, and the folks that live up in the tundra, the Mongols and folks up there who that do reindeer. They're barely it snows most of the time, for crying out loud. And so they're living off of reindeer and reindeer milk and what so people, do they know about the Egyptians? Do they know about? But I would guarantee you that they know about the Great Spirit, the Great Creator, because they will discuss it in their own way, and it will be so similar to the rest of the planet. So the planet knows, as well as the rocks and the trees and the birds. And when I say my prayer at the end of a video, when I say, and all of your relations, past, present, and to come, all of your relations means everything: plants, minerals, water, fire, stars, stardust, all of your relations, everything, from grass to dirt to bird poop to caterpillar dung to, you know, uh, to a butterfly. Oh, and by the way, the butterflies are back. Within the last 3 or 4 days, butterflies just everywhere. Anyway, and moths too, not just butterflies. Oh, and by the way, those of you working in the garden, if you see a moth or a butterfly in your house and you got indoor plants, kill it. Kill it. Catch it, stomp on it, spray it, whatever you do. And a little soapy water or a dash of ammonia and soap will get on their wings and drop them, just like mosquitoes. Okay. Soapy water works really good. Okay. Put a little bit of Dawn, not a lot, put a little bit of Dawn in it, and down they go. And the soap gets on their wings and are not able to fly. So, but anyway, but in the understanding of the spirit world, that do they really understand what's on the other side? Now, I'm not picking on anybody. Please understand this. But do you think that the native shamans a long time ago gave two hoots to what the hell a pineal gland was? They knew because they had a brain and because they had a heart. And there are people who would discuss, again, this is no intent. It's another point of view, though, in that the pineal gland and the brain and all this, that's the center of everything. And there are a lot of other people would go, oh, no, it isn't. And I wanted to throw my hand up earlier in the video with the ladies tonight and go, this is not the time or place to bring this up. But that there are those of us who understand that it's whatever is, whatever is in here in your chest is where it resides. Oh, well, the scientists, and they're this. Okay, I get it. But if someone feels love or hate, for that matter, but if you feel love or compassion, you feel it in your chest. You don't feel it in your freaking head. Okay. All the deal. I'm I'm being satirical on purpose. Well, pineal gland, it's all about pineal. It's all about that. No, it ain't. It's a part of it. Well, the ancients knew about it. Did they really, or are you? Do you think you know what they're talking about? Well, did the common man know what the priest knew, or that the guy who painted the picture knew? Did everybody else know it? No. It wasn't a secret, but it became a secret because it wasn't necessarily shared with the people. So there are secrets of the ancients. Why? Because ain't nobody told the stories. A lot of times nobody will flip and listen. So, well, the elders told us this. Ain't nobody listening. You know, that they're still not listening. They still want to put God and the Spirit into some other kind of, well, he's sitting on a throne in heaven, and we're all going to get there soon. We're going to take the rapture up to God, and we're going to hit him with a big silver spoon. Yeah, I'm making this shit up as I go, literally, but you know. I've got one guardian angel that's sitting up there snickering his ass off, or their ass off. If they've got one, they're going, holy crap, what did he just say? So tonight with the ladies on Andromeda 7, it's very important that we understand, you know, you've heard me talk about, and the first thing they brought up was a box, to think out of the box. And that's wonderful. I applaud that, because for those of you who've been around me long enough you to know and heard my sermon about a box, if you think that there's a box to think out of, then you've missed the point. Well, I'm thinking out of the box. There is no box. But I'm thinking out of it. There's no box. You create the box. But I'm thinking out of it. Back to the box again, you know? So one of the hardest things I had to was this conversation with myself. If you'll think about George Carlin's having a conversation with, well, you know, we got to think out of the box. Well, if there is no box, I can't think out of it. Well, then how can we have this conversation? Well, but there was a box. Yeah, but somebody else invented the box. It ain't my box. Well, yeah, but you got to think out of it. I was never in the box. Well, yes, you were. No, I wasn't. You invented the box, but I don't want a box. Well, you're thinking out of it. No, I'm not. That's your perception. It's your perception of a box, and that I'm thinking out of it. I don't have a box. It's yours. So that's a little bit of a stoned moment. But to the point of that, though, if we never, if the idea of a box was never entered our perception of thinking about the universe, if we were taught that, look up, that the universe is all around us, but when societies and religions and dogmas discuss parameters for speaking to the universe. Well, you got to go to church on Sundays and you got to kneel down. You got to say the rosary. No offense, Mary. You got to say the rosary. You got to do the Our Father. You got to have consecration. You got to turn a piece of bread and some wine and make everybody believe that it's the blood of Jesus. And you're going to, so all you cannibals, line up here to the altar and we're going to feed you. Full of shit and dogma. Whereas anyone who's got an ounce of sense can go outside and raise their hands up to the universe and say, thank you to the source of all things, which is all around. There is no point of reference to the source of all things. It's all around us. To the source of all things, not a point in space. Keep that out of your head. Because if you do, then you're looking for a point in space. And you're missing that space is the point all around. It's the box. But it's everywhere. But there is no box, you see. So understanding this level, you really got to forget a bunch of stuff and just allow the spirit to show you. Allow your own spirit. Take a deep breath and go, some bitch, there is no box. Um, there's no box. Where'd the box? Oh, there was no box. I created a box to think out of. So I've tried to stay out of that verbiage myself. And so that I've like, some of my remarks include let's think on this on another level versus out of the box. Let's think about this from a different point of view. Like, well, I'm trying to get this thing on, and yeah, well, that shit ain't working. We need to stop back and quote, people say, we need to think of all that. No, no box. But let's look at this from a different point of view. So there are literally sometimes I'd be looking at a machine and something's wrong. Literally walk over here and look at the same thing and go, to look at it from a different perspective. You just keep looking at it from the front view. That's all you see. Not that there's anything there, but by moving your perspective of whatever it is that you're looking at and standing over here and looking, well, you have you could have a fence that you can see through like a chain link, not the same as a box, because that could keep a Rottweiler or a bear from eating your ass. But uh, Elderberry, how you doing? But anyway, and I have not been reading the scroll here. I'm sorry. He who stands, what? I missed it. Trying to. I heard if I hang brown paper bag around outside like in a ball shape, they think it's bigger nest and move to somewhere else. Oh yeah. Now, Lady Spitfire, you probably know this, or some of y'all. But they'll take a plastic bag and put water in it and hang it up on the front porch, and it helps keep flies away. And there's a lot of, but here's the thing, it works. And for those of you who are like looking for insect repellent and stuff like that, um, there. Um, I'll just give this tidbit out. If you're ever in an area where there's like a lot of bugs, and you're like outside in a forest or something, and you know. Now, for me, when I go down in the swamps, like a lot of people, they just can't take it. And talking with the old timers down here, it was like, how did y'all live without screens on your windows in the summertime down here with all the skeeters and everything? Well, in seeing a lot of these old houses were like had smoke smudge on the inside of these 10, 12 foot tall uh, ceilings, right? In these old houses, most of them are gone now. But anyway, so what's that? And they go, well, we would smoke the house out every night. So they would literally, kind of not like pine straw, and just come in and they would smoke the house out, and the smoke will drive a lot of the bugs away. So down in the swamp, I learned a long time ago. So you set these very small smoke fires around your perimeter. So you got your fire in the middle that you're cooking on, kind of thing. But then 10 feet over here, 10 feet over there, depending on which way the wind's blowing, depending on the conditions. But you set these smoke fires. If they start to, if you see flame, go over and stomp on them, and maybe even pour a little water, depending on if you got water. But the smoke will hang, and it'll drive the bugs away. It's just like what they use to calm bees down with when they go into a hive. A lot of the folks down here use some pine needles and a little paper, and they put it inside this bellows, and they squirt it inside the hive, and it calms down all the bees. Well, mosquitoes don't like it, so not like you have to burn the place down, but if you got something that's just really smoky in an area, and it's not necessarily the citronella, get this, that keeps the bugs away. It's more about the smoke. Okay. So you know, if you had a big pile of sage, but my point is you could use pine needles, okay, and just smudge it, take a bunch of them and just barely get them lit and go around the area, and you can chase them out. Yeah. But to the point, you don't have to buy any chemicals or anything. And this is what the old timers use. Just saying. Okay. Back to the kind of trying to wrap up the spiritual thing, but in even the commonality of the Egyptians pyramid thing, yeah, they got, pyramids in different places. I'm not arguing that point. Okay. I'm arguing that if it was really necessary for the native peoples, they would have built more, they would have had a tradition, whereas for thousands of years and still today, they're still making, they're still knapping flint for tools. Still. But we're not building pyramids for whatever. Now, for those of us who know, a lot of people know how to flint knap versus how many people know about, quote, the religion of the Egyptians and the pyramids and all that. No, it's not practical. For whatever it is to us, it's not practical. So, but, being able to work wood or make a bow and arrow out of, simple things. I mean, for whatever that is, when the when things turn to shit, people go back to basics. If it's a storm, if it's a hurricane, if it's snow, if it's war, people go back to the basics. Okay. And unless we're rich and powerful, which I don't want to be actually, um, I'm rich with the things and the people that I know and what I understand of the universe. But so what the Egyptians knew and the technology they used, the same thing like with the Atlanteans and the Lemurians. Okay, we ain't leaving any of these folk out. But these folk could have and did have basic technology that got us through for thousands of years. Well, we lived in teepees and they hunted buffalo. If you know what you're doing and you put your teepee up right, if your lodges, face the right direction and you know what you're doing, the a lodge teepee, a lodge is very comfortable. Let me tell you, been in a couple of snowstorms in a couple of them, and very, cold as hell outside, little nippy on the inside, but when it's like 20 degrees and blowing snow sideways, and the fact that you might be a little nippy, okay, I'll take that, So, and it takes getting used to. But here's the thing: people have survived like that for thousands of years with basic necessities and understanding of the spirit of Mother Earth and the source of all and the creator of all things that is always around us. They didn't need a pyramid to teach them that. You know what I mean? So, not that it wasn't good. I'm just saying that with the understanding of shamanism, spirituality, it's always been there, regardless of the machinery, okay? Regardless of the crystal they may or may not have had. It was their belief in what they knew, it was their heartfelt belief in who they were and who their ancestors were, because within the families and the tribes, they told stories of the ancients and the ancestors, where we listen to whatever the story has been written as to what we're supposed to believe. So, native folk didn't rely on paper because that could be changed, but a story within a culture, a story within a tribe, a story within a people who knew the story, wanted to carry that story with them. so many stories from my grandmother and the grandmothers of other people that I have known. I knew a 90-year-old, little Indian woman who was like, I don't know if she was 4 foot tall, chain smoked, cigarettes, and was like, great. And she had this real gravelly voice. She was like, I know, creator, kind of pissed off at me, but I never put, tobacco on the ground, and I never put a cigarette butt on the ground, but I damn it. And she's lighting one after the other one. This one's going out and she's lighting the other one. But creator knows I love him and I'm working on it. And here's the thing. She also knew how to do bead work without looking at it. She had these tiny little beads in the palm of her hand and took this little tiny beading needle. And you ladies probably know if some of you men don't. But she wasn't even looking down, and she would just kind of glance at her hand, and she was putting these beads on, and I was watching her going, how are you doing? She goes, I just been doing it for so long, and she's got this palm mall sticking out her, wonderful lady, hilarious. Met her in Tullahoma, Tennessee, and drove her and my daughter up to Nashville because they missed the bus out of Tullahoma. But anyway, that was an interesting story too. But to have met this old lady who was like, she wasn't rude, but she was a little crude. But at 90 years old, she was like, I deserve to be a little crude once in a while. You earn it. That's how I feel. So, but anyway, so how y'all doing this morning? Delaney Pearl looks the song Grandmother's Land by Kalia Priest. I'm lucky somehow anymore. They never sting me, knock on wood. Courses. Well, Isby, if I've got Shaman in the title, and also not, but if Shaman is in the title of the video, these are the courses. This is a course. Now, and as situations change and current events change, and it's like, I've kind of been, one of my cells says you should write some of this stuff down. And I'm going, okay, maybe, and I've got several books of things and stuff that I've written down, and I'm gonna do it goes back to when I was, I do it every day. Well, not every day, but I was doing it every day there for a while, doing some automatic writing kind of thing. So you just sit down, open the book, don't really care. And you just, there's a butterfly outside today. And I noticed that, it was moving up and down. It was a yellow one. And then I saw a bumblebee. So, you start a thought and just start writing it out. And it doesn't matter if you know where the ending is, but you have to at least start. So and I've got some of sometimes there's a really nice 2 or 3 sentences, a paragraph, and sometimes there's a page of stuff, and I read this and I go, I know I wrote it, it's my handwriting, but wow, where the hell was I when I wrote this shit? I was here at the house, but where was my mind at the time, so I've written it down for my own posterity in a way, in that, see, and I put the date beside it, and about what time of day it is, just for the hell of it, right? So not to put it in any type of chronology, but it's that at that moment in time, my brain was here. On the 15th of March, my brain was here. Oh, it's the 13th now. So we almost had a Friday the 13th. But anyway, but in this understanding of, again, there are some good things about pyramids. I am not discrediting them or the Egyptians, but I do think, because I studied the Book of the Dead and stuff, that was an area where I was just like, it's I don't want to go down. I want to go up. I want to go to the universe. I don't want to go wherever this, you know. So whether they had even invented this, um, and do we really know that he really thought he was going into, or that it was a matter of they built this boat in honor of him versus, but there were a lot of dead slaves and stuff. So you got to wonder where some of these people were. But if they had that type of mentality, then you have to stop and scratch your head and go, were they gods at all, or just narcissistic assholes? Wait a minute. Well, he was a king, he was a pharaoh. Yeah, but was he just a narcissist? Um, Look at our current prez of the U.S. of whatever we are, right? The United States of confusion. And I just got to say that, in a little bit of laughing about this, but, Texas lifted, Oklahoma didn't really have one, Mississippi, Arkansas is talking about it, Florida, lifted, Georgia's passed a law that said enter at your own risk. And so it's like the South shall rise again. I just like, what? So everybody else is doing their thing, but the South is like, So, oh, well, there's something's going up. And wait, we had 40 more people die. 40 more people die every day of something. We have got to stop this. Oh, there's 40 more. There are a gazillion people on this earth. If they weren't strong enough to get through it, bless you. See you on the other side. But, uh, there was I can't remember his name. Anyway, he was discussing the overpopulation and the fact that we haven't had a really good war or pandemic in quite a while that has really knocked the crap out of the population of the planet. Now, personally, I think that if we use technology correctly, we could feed people very easily. Okay. People would have jobs, it would be clean, it would be, if they did it correctly. So, and we already have the technology, we've had it for a long time, and we, instead of, building one great big giant farm somewhere and then shipping it everywhere, no, we need to change. I'm sorry, but we need to get our asses kicked and go back to the village, okay? Because a village will, with their stuff around here in the county, different people grow different things, and so you can go to the local farmers market. That needs to be more important than whether or not I can ship something to China or not, or what I can get in return. It needs to come back to basic things. Not that we can't do that. Georgia exports a crap load of peanuts. Used to, export a lot of pecans. Pecan is what you put under the bed at night. So, but a lot of the older trees and groves are gone, but there are people who 5-10 years ago saw this coming, and there are a lot of new groves of pecan orchards all over the place. Several just around within a mile of me, there are several new groves, which is good. Because all the old trees are gone and hurricanes took them down, and they were old and weren't producing. And the people who planted them have died. So it's up to the new folk to plant new orchards of pecan trees. But Georgia was known for that. Peaches, the Georgia peach, for goodness sake. Morven, Georgia is not too far from here. But if we didn't get enough colds, there won't be any peaches in Morven, and they'll be having a peach festival here coming up not too long. And a lot of peach orchards there. You pick your own or get your own. They make their own wonderful homemade peach ice cream. Oh my God, it's to die for. And it's this little store and a little thing and a house and a crossroads. You know, that's all it is. Railroad track. Barney, Georgia. For it's just west of Interstate 75, not too far. But anyway, little community, but a lot of peaches, early peaches, the smaller ones. But anyway, so Mother Nature plays a big part. But if we wish to, like planting uh, more pecan trees and having more orchards, you know, if the temperature isn't right and we don't get enough cold spell, we don't get any pecans either. You know, up north, people don't have a problem. Down here, though, so we used to grow a lot of sugar cane back in the day. In fact, down in Cairo, Georgia, it was Cairo syrup with a C, and the local football teams called us syrup bakers because way back in the day, like before the turn of the century, well, 1900s, 2000, you know, anyway, there was a lot of sugar cane that was grown around here. They had huge mills with these gigantic 100, 200 foot brick smokestacks and stuff where they would heat it and do the thingy with you know, the cane syrup and turn it into syrup, into sugar. Anyway, all that's gone. Used to be huge tobacco plantations down here. Very little's grown here anymore. All of these things are gone. Now, you can't eat tobacco, but you can trade it. There used to be people that would grow a little patch of tobacco in their backyard for their own use, you know, or sell or trade. People used to have victory gardens, you know, and people just don't do that anymore. Now, there's a lot of issues with the sun and with spraying and with cloud stuff and with rain, a lot of stuff going on. But for myself, where the garden was like the most important thing, what's most important to me now is not necessarily my garden, but finishing my greenhouse front porch so I can contain the bugs and the climate and the light frequency where I can't do that outside. I got 18 acres. I got plenty of places to go plant stuff, but I've done it, tried it, went there, and I've spent a lot of time and a lot of money and got zilch for it. So I'm spending my money on my porch and fixing leak issues in order to grow things indoors and control it. And well, have control of it, I guess would be a better point of view on that. But anyway, so there are lots of things that people can do. Each one of us can come up with something. Each one of us can make our own choices in the matter. And whether or not we want to participate. You know, I found some good dark black soil down over in a section, and I'm like, I need to get some of that dirt to plant some stuff in because nothing's been planted in it. It's good old bottom dirt, you know, from down here in the swamp. So back in the day, bottomland, you know, had its purpose. Although it would float, it was bottomland. It had never been turned. So a lot of muck. Now, in certain areas of my bottomland, it's way too sandy. However, one of the things that they're growing around here, this is sort of off topic, but it's not. It has to do with Mother Earth and how we're tied into it with the ancestors. But they're growing a crap load of blueberries around here. I mean, there are blueberry farms popping up everywhere. Now, I ain't got nothing wrong to say about that. You know, there's a blueberry farm just outside of Coolidge every time I go to the grocery store. And every year it gets a little bigger, a little bigger, a little bigger, a little bigger. And it's several acres of blueberries. And that's not the only blueberry farm around here. So, and over in Homerville, where it used to be turpentine and pine trees, they've reclaimed the land where they took the pine trees out, and it's bottomland, pretty sandy. But blueberries love the hell out of it out there for some reason, over towards Waycross and the Okefenokee Swamp. There, Homerville, which used to be this little dump where I went with the carnival every year, has turned in this little metropolis over there in the middle of the swamp where all these other little communities have died out. Homerville's got, blueberry packing, and they've got this and that. And I was like, when last time I went through there, I went, holy crap. So, I never thought Homerville would have been nothing, but they've got this big, several blueberry plants and all these blueberry plantations and stuff. And so there's a lot of work, albeit some of it seasonal. It's still, the community is thriving more than it ever has. Populations tripled. They got all these other, and it used to just be a one traffic light. So, but anyway, so you never know. But so it's people's ingenuity, though. Somebody said, well, this turpentine business is going downhill and the trees ain't working. Well, we don't want to move. We like it. So what can we do? They found blueberries. And so everybody else who didn't find that market, those towns and communities are, they look like what Homerville used to be. But anyway, so in the nature of things, man has become industrious because of his observations of nature. Okay. So the industry isn't machinery, although machines are used in the industry. The industry is growing the blueberries. The industry is growing a food product on land that otherwise you can't eat a pine tree. You just can't. You can try, but now, so that's the ingenuity of mankind. So what used to be waste is now a product. That sandy hill over there near Coolidge, there's a bunch of sand on top of that hill. It's not sandy loam, it's not good black dirt, it's sand. But them blueberries love it up there on that hillside. So there you go. So when we look at nature, if we're living along the bank of a river and every 6 months or so, or once a year, the damn river comes up and floods your house, you're gonna move to higher ground, period. Or you're gonna move up. You don't want to lose your stuff. So the a mouth of a cave. The caveman knew to always go to the south side because that's where the sun was in the wintertime. So by observation of nature, man has learned on his own what works and what doesn't. Now, there have been droughts and floods and stuff, and Mother Nature, not that she can be a bitch, but the storms on her damn sure can be. So mankind, one way or the other, has adapted. But I think what has happened now, there is so much value in the material of things, and that those somebody had the unlearning of stuff, and you have to unlearn. Well, this is the Egyptians are a really good topic. I'm not saying don't study it and look, but how far down that rabbit hole, and what's it going to get you when you get there? A lot of questions you're going to go, Now, if you're looking at it purely from the wonder what they were doing kind of thing, okay. But you also have to look at things from a practical standpoint. A steam engine, really? Come on, guys. And that they are still talking about, copper chisels and, oh, get over it, and slaves and all this stuff when the evidence does not support it. But there are giants in the pictures with some kind of device that could have well been hooked up to a pyramid to move rock, to move sand, they were loading stuff and unloading stuff off of these boats from the Nile. Them things are heavy. I mean, they'll take a modern day crane down, and there are thousands of these things. So these folks had worked it out. You know what I mean? So from the loading to unloading, whether it was reed boats or not, but those reed boats are really. I found my thrill on Blueberry Hill. Yeah, come to think of it, I found my thrill. Little, not Chuck Berry, Chubby Checker. Thank you. On Blueberry Hill. I saw him live before he passed away. Oh my goodness, man. Yeah, Chubby Checker. Yeah. I played at a blues festival down in Tallahassee one year that I was down there back in 2002 or three, something like that. But anyway, it was a lot of fun. Um, and Percy Sledge. When a man loves a woman, uh, under, yeah, unlearning is a head mess. Yes, it is. Uh, I don't have but one tree in my yard, a dying pecan tree that woodpeckers destroyed. If woodpeckers destroyed it, it was because it was on its last leg. Woodpeckers don't destroy a healthy tree. They just don't. I got a lot of woodpecker stuff back in the back. And the woodpeckers know there's an instinct and that the tree is a certain age or whatever. And it has to do with what bugs live in it because the bugs will move in and that attracts the woodpeckers. So if the tree's alive and well, woodpeckers don't have anything to do with it because the right bugs aren't there. Just an observation from my standpoint. It's been there forever, yeah. Summer solstice. I got another dream now. Yeah, there. One of the things, and it was just yesterday when Doug and I went down into the swamp that I was looking at how many dead trees standing there are. But then there'll be a pine tree that's dead and standing, and there'll be woodpeckers all over it. Holes, bark off, strip, and there'll be another dead tree standing not too far from it, and it hadn't been touched by the woodpeckers. Maybe 50 feet or something, like what? They're pecking on that one, but they're not pecking. Isn't that interesting? And then there are certain oak trees and things, but we've got black gum and uh, different other trees that some of them I honestly don't know what they are. I've tried to like get my little book out, and I've got several really good books on landscaping and trees and varieties and stuff. And I look and go, I don't know. It's a tree. It's a hardwood, um, but not oak. We've got maple trees here. Not, I don't know if you could ever get any sap out of them to make syrup, but we have a maple tree that grows around here, and there are a lot of those down here in the swamp. But to the nature of things and the trees and the roots in the earth, and that those roots with the fungus and everything, I'm going back to Andromeda 7's video. But yes, all these things are connected. But if you don't have a tree, and I was out in the desert, and I was like, there's cactus over there, and they have roots, but not near as deep as a tree or something. But I still felt a connection, even though I was really close to the Nevada test bombing area. I was looking around, going, wow. As desolate as this place is compared to living where here on the East Coast, you look for miles and ain't nothing but rocks and dirt. There's still a connection there. I was like, nice to visit, but I want to go back to the to trees and stuff. But um you know even though there wasn't any trees, I still felt connected to Mother Earth. And whether I've been on sand dunes or whatever, if you understand the basics, no matter where you go, even as one, old Indian chief said, he was on the fourth floor of a hospital about in Nevada or something, and he didn't want to go. And they were like, yeah, your appendix, you got to go. So, after the operation, the nurses come in and he's standing beside his bed. dancing. And they were like, hey, wait. And they go, what are you doing up here dancing on the fourth floor? And he goes, this hospital is made from parts of Mother Earth. And this hospital's sitting on Mother Earth. And I know my dance and my prayer of thanks, because he was thanking the doctors and the spirits for having made it through the operation. And he was like, no, I ain't getting back in that bed until I finish my dance. And so some of the younger kids were like, well, didn't you need to be on Mother Earth? And he said that concrete floor in that hospital, um, although there were man-made things, those things came somehow through Mother Earth and through the chemistry and whatever. And when I can dance on the fourth floor, I can dance on the 10th floor. I can dance on the roof if my intent is true, and because the building is made of parts of Mother Earth, that then she's getting she's hearing my dance, she's feeling. And I was like, now I just wouldn't have gone there. I would have thought, no, I got to go outside. But from his point of view and from his level of understanding of the basics of how all things are tied together, he couldn't get downstairs, but he did his dance anyway. And he knew he couldn't go downstairs, but he made the effort. So it's like, talk about strong willed and with your intent. So, but then to be able to dance on Mother Earth with bare feet, or if you don't dance, at least stand, at least put your feet on the ground. Take your socks off. And right now, this time of year, not for everybody down here in the South, it's great walking around in the yard with no shoes on kind of thing. And the sand spurs will be in another month or so. Then you'll have to wear flip flops or something. But anyway, all things, though, are tied together in the grand scheme of the universe. So whether the Egyptians or the Atlanteans or the folks down, in off the coast of Florida, um, whether or not they abused the power, there were huge changes in Mother Earth. And it may not have had anything to do with the power that they were using, or the abuse of that power. It could actually be like an unintended consequence. Now, CERN has started back up. Now, I'm not saying that these scientists know what the F they're doing by a long shot. But let's consider that they really want to find something. They're really looking for this, and whether they're all crazy or not, the idea is that they're searching for knowledge. They're searching, so they open up a mini wormhole and blow a hole in the planet. Now, wouldn't that create a catastrophe? So, not saying that the Egyptians or whatever, that's what happened. But what if there was like a harmonic feedback? Like it's going up and everything's working, and something else happens to where your beam gets interrupted. It hits a cosmic atmospheric something from the sun or the universe and doesn't go up, but it comes back down and gives a feedback upon itself. If that were the case, then these things would have blown apart. That's not the case. They simply quit working. So components were taken away from, I'm thinking of the Egyptian pyramids. Something was taken out of them that made them work. Okay. And they couldn't move the structure and left those behind. But whatever made them work, through planet changes or that war in the desert just west of Egypt, that is really old, besides the flood, besides all this other stuff. Well, I'm not being rude, but they made them that tall because of the floods. Nah, I'm sorry. I'm just, they made them that tall because of the dimensional features that it needed to be that tall. It needed to have a base that size. It needed to be If they didn't make it that tall because of the flood. Just saying. Now, what did the flood go to the top of it, or I don't know about that. That's not the point. Oh, but Enoch made it because, oh, stop it. You know, those dimensions were important for the function of it, but not necessarily because it was going to survive the flood. It's rocks. Just saying. So, what some of these folks put out there as well, it could have been this. Um, I got to stop and say, wait a minute. Let's put all belief or whatever religion or whatever aside. Let's just look at this from a practical standpoint. Let's just use a little bit of critical thinking. And I've never believed the logs in Egypt and the ramps and all that. No. Did they use ramps? Probably. And there's evidence that there was, but not in the way that, they showed this incline. Look, you try to push a rock up a 5% grade, okay? And, wheelchair ramps are at a certain degree. So because they're too hard to get up and down, right? So there are rules and there are laws of the dynamics of going up a hill. And what they show in these books is how they got these rocks up and down these things. They're like, you're nuts. You know, uh, you might as well put a giant in there because it makes more sense than that stupid ass ramp. Just saying. So to prove somebody's theory, right? Anyway, so everything that the scientist, and you have to remember this, all of it is a theory, and scientists speculate. And the next thing you know, people are like, yeah, did you hear what the scientist said? And then all of a sudden, everybody's like believing this is true. But wait a minute, it's speculation. It's a hypothesis. I hypothesize that I got a booger up my nose. And if I stick my little finger up there far enough and wiggle it around, I could dig the bitch out. But that's speculation. I don't actually have one, but I'm sure one could occur. And as I have used my little finger at a time or two over the previous years of my life, but does that make me, do I know about all boogers and fingers and noses? Does everybody, you know what I mean? Oh, well, we know these oh, and we read the hieroglyphs. Do you really know what they're talking about? Some of the symbols and things are like, nyet, that ain't what that is. But they believe it is. And there's nobody that, those folks who try to stand up and go, I don't think you're right about that, get poo-pooed, hee-hawed, shoved out of the room, and they're the bad guys because you don't believe what the narrative is supposed to be about it. Will we ever really know? Only if the ETs who built the damn thing come back and go, hi, we're home. Let me show you how this thing works. We've got this little generator that goes in this little chamber here, and we took the lid with us, but we brought it back to show you. And how did we get it in and out of the chamber? You are probably wondering. We used beam technology. We beamed that sucker right out of that, pyramid. Because where did the lid go? How did they get that big, black granite thing down there? How did they get it in there? They put it in there before they built the pyramid. Well, how do they know where to put it? Think about it. They didn't carry it in there after the fact. Nuh-uh. So a lot of that stuff was pre-planned and put in position, and they put a bunch of rock around it and then covered it, So, they're building it. It's just amazing. But as an engineer and an architect and a person who's just built a bunch of stuff, still building, you notice some things and you go, nah, that's hooey. That's bullshit, But that's what they're selling you. So if we listen to what they've written down versus what the ancients actually told us, yeah, giants from the west, the Cherokee tale, absolutely, Cockleburrs. Oh, they got them around here, all right. Yes, Ed, the world has gone flipping bonkers. Yeah, spider webs. And what I wanted to interject and didn't or couldn't or whatever about the roots of trees is the connection between the spiders on this planet and that web of connection and how and you've heard me talk about it before, and I'm still looking for that, the Spider Woman Chronicles or something. I can see the pay. It's a really thin book, but I can't find that sucker for nothing. Anyway, somebody could have borrowed it. Um, but the understanding that Mother Earth has these webs of not just the spiders or the things or the, but of the veins of minerals that are running through the earth. And I've been in gold mines. I've been spelunking in places in the earth, and there are veins of things. I found seashells in the roof of the Climax Cave in southern Georgia many years ago. And I've got pieces of fossils that are in the cave, and they didn't get there, you know, they didn't go in there. No, they fell off when I put my hand up on the ceiling kind of thing and went, oh, look at this, a seashell. There's 100 feet of limestone above me. So now, was the seashore? Was there an upheaval that like turned the bottom of the ocean, or was down here at the bottom of the ocean? A lot of speculation, a lot of theories. But do we really know what sunk Lemuria? Do we really know why Atlantis went, into the ocean? And other things, there's stuff off the coast of Greece and Italy and the islands out there. Well, now the Mediterranean area has got a lot of volcanoes and a lot of activity. It, comes to reason it wouldn't be hard through a large volcanic activity like Mount Etna and, where they have found, people, frozen inside the thingies, where they, um, so there's proof of catastrophes within, quote, written humankind's kind of thing. And to say, well, they didn't talk about the city falling into the ocean. Somebody missed that one, right? But if something happens now and a tsunami hits or whatever, people know it around the world within a few minutes or so. So, but back in the day, if you didn't know that, this city that used to sit on the side of the is now gone, you go, wait, there used to be a city there. What was his name? I don't know. So only sailors would know it. And so only through, what do you do with the drunken sailor? What do you do with the drunken sailor? You sit down and listen to some of those old swabby tales. And they talk about the Kraken, and they talk about the this, and they talk about the that, and the lights under the sea and oceans and things. And then we, think about what the Navy pilots and folks, and the subterranean, quote, UFOs and things. I mean, I was outside tonight earlier and later, and the UFOs back down over, south of me, big bright thing. It ain't a star, and it's over the ocean because it ain't over Tallahassee, let me tell you, or the airport down there. It's further out. But the activity has absolutely increased. I saw two of them the other night. One was a little lower, and then a few nights before, a week or so ago, there were two of them again. So whatever's going on, there is a lot of activity in the sky. Just saying. And so the sailors were reporting things like that a long time ago. How did they know what the coast of South America looked like? How did they know what, some of the old maps, what Florida looked like and the Gulf of Mexico? How did they know what the Antarctic looked like? Antarctica. And I mean, how do you know the maps were so accurate? How did, and they just got a compass and their little thingamajiggy, a sextant and some paper and a compass, and they're making these maps from the high seas. They know how far they've gone. They know, oh my God, they so much that them guys knew. And are you sure that it was they didn't have just a little bit of help from a point of view looking down? Maybe consider this. Maybe as I have looked at things, my imagination says, I wonder what this would look like from a bird's point of view. And so my imagination maybe can see it from a higher level. Now, I would consider that to those old timey map makers in that they could visualize a shoreline and be able to see it from above. Now, did they actually experience it? Did they fly like, did they? But in that higher sense of understanding, not everybody was a map maker. Not everybody was a good, sea captain. Not everybody was a good cook. So that's still, true today. But you got to think about what primitive man did, got away with, and with just basic, simple tools. And why do we need to complicate things? Well, having a flushable toilet indoors is a good thing. A pit toilet out yonder, it gets, but it is practical, you know. You don't have to stink at the house, and it's away from the house, and all its contaminants and so forth. And it's an outhouse, so you don't have to spend gabillion dollars on faucets. And no, you go out there and poop in a hole, and adios. You're out of there. But anyway, we couldn't get by these days because we don't get magazines like people used to get the Sears and Roebuck catalog back in the day, or catalogs in general. Now everything's online, so you're going to wipe your butt with your cell phone. Good luck with that. Just say it. But I mean, as things go back, you know, it's going to be so easy for things to go wrong, and people need to understand that with spirituality of understanding the basics. If you understand the basics and look around you, then um, um, then probably the source of all things, the answer is there. Like when I was down on the river, I've been in situations where it was really cold. So do I, I find something, even if it's to dig up the dirt with a piece of, with a piece of stick, dig a hole and get closer to Mother Earth and cover myself up with leaves or something, right? I'm not just going to sit there and just freeze to death. No, I'm going to do something. I'm going to be proactive. Don't know what it is. Never been in the situation, but I remember being on the side of the road and it was like 28 degrees and I was in a light jacket and almost froze to death that night too. But down in the ditch because it was, I'd found this little cubby place, was trying to start a fire, but everything the dew had dropped and everything was damp. So my hands were shaking so bad I couldn't, But to the point though, I found a spot that was a little warmer than everything else. It was not just sitting out in the open, right? So in life, in spirituality, if things get a little tough, we go find us a cubbyhole and we wait it out, or we try to do something about it. We just don't sit out there in the open and freeze to death. But if people don't understand basic things, just basic things like Mother Earth is warmer than everything around, uh, get close. And even in the summertime, if it's really hot, for example, and bugs are eating you up and everything, what should you do if you're down in the swamp or somewhere? Cover yourself with mud, your clothes, whatever. Go roll around in the mud. And people say, why are they? Because they can't bite through the mud. They might get on your arm, but I guarantee you put enough mud on you, the mosquitoes, they might be buzzing around your head, but put it on your face and your hair. They'll stay, they won't bite you if the situation is that extreme. But some people say, well, I ain't going to cover myself with mud. And they'd be like this, and like, okay, they swell up like but to the point though, would you know to do that? Would you understand that there are things you can do even in extreme circumstances? And it has to do with Mother Earth, very basic things. So we understand that everything around us we can use if we understand a little bit of how. If we allow ourselves to hear the universe, whether it's through our spirit guides or you want to call it creators talking to you, I'm not going to argue with you. But I want you to be practical in this, in that there is not a quote single creator. There are entities that create, but there is always the source of all things that we're all a part of all the time. We are never alone in that fact. So we drop what society teaches us and go back to just believing. Ain't that one to wrap it up with? So I've yapped enough for 2.5 hours, almost exactly. Big fish are freaky. I think mullets are cycling back around, or maybe that's just the. Yeah, big fish are freaky, Elderberry. I was fishing off of the old Skyway Bridge between Tampa and St. Pete, across basically the mouth of Hillsborough Bay. And so when they built the new bridge, they turned the old bridge into a state park and go out there and fishing all night. And sometimes we'd go out and fish off the Gandy Bridge, which was between Tampa and St. Pete, different section of the bay. And it had catwalks underneath the bridge. So you'd start at one side or the other, the St. Pete side or the Tampa side. And, these catwalks, would go all the way out to the middle where the drawbridge was. And, you'd walk a half a mile out into the middle of the bay, basically. And people would sit up and fish. Same thing with the Skyway Bridge. Anyway, had some good times partying, and we did acid one night on the. But anyway, that was not such a good plan. But one night, folks will lower their lantern to where it's just off the water, right? Coleman lantern, you pump up with gas, and so we were watching which way the tide was going, in or out, right? And so as we're watching over and we're fishing, we're watching our lines, because if it's going to change, then we're going to walk to the other side of the bridge, and because otherwise our lines will get tangled underneath the bridge and around the pylons, right? So anyway, uh, I looked down, and me and my brother-in-law at the time were like, "Holy shit! This manta ray, not a stingray, but a manta." The concrete posts that hold up the bridge are quite a few feet apart, right? This thing, wingtip to wingtip, almost touched the post on either side of it. And we were like, what the? This thing was huge. I've seen some big fish and stuff, being out around, growing up in Tampa and St. Pete and Clearwater, Dunedin Beach and all that. But to have seen that manta ray go underneath the bridge like that, and the reason I know it was between two pillars is because there was somebody down there that had a light. And so right at the ocean, it was really well lit. We could see different fish and stuff going by, and when this manta ray went through, everybody on that side of the bridge went, "Oh my God, did you?" We were looking at each other going, "Oh, did you?" Yeah, holy crap. Huge. So yeah, very interesting about sea creatures and critters and stuff like that. It to me, the ocean is a phenomenal place, and the fact that they, screwed up the Gulf of Mexico, and as I've talked about in previous videos about the Gulf Stream and such. I want to throw this out there as since I'm kind of wrapping things up and having a chat. Gonna have a bowl. It's 4:20 something for anyway. Um, but actually it's 1:55 in the morning time here, and I ain't changing my clock back again this year. And there are some folks that were talking about that the state of Georgia might uh, say no to that, and I'm like, good for y'all. But anyway, I think it's stupid. It messes with people's, circadian rhythms and so forth. We wonder why people are, quit doing it. Quit playing that game. I quit moving my clocks several years ago, and I put up with other people's time zone, but at my house, it's my time. I always loved it. It's great just listening. Buzzards flew too close to the sun. Yeah. What are opossums' reason? I wonder. There's a story about opossums why they lost the hair on their tail, and one of them was that they swam over to an island where this is sort of up in the northwest, and that I can't remember who had fire, but one of the critters had fire. Whether anyway, doesn't matter. But the critters on the land were like, man, they got fire over there. Look at that. They're dancing around. It's cold. And we're over here freezing to death. And, and so they all were like taking, well, you go over. Well, I can't. And everybody had their reason why they couldn't go over. So that possum was chosen to go over, and he put the fire on his tail. And the story goes is that he stole it from whoever was on the island, and by the time he got back over to the mainland, he had brought fire to the animals, but in the process, it lost all the hair on his tail. And it's been that way ever since. So that's one story. But I was fishing at a canyon in Florida behind our giant tarpon. Oh my God, giant tarpon. Opossums are the only North American marsupial. I had not thought of that, but I have seen possums around here. They ate my chickens and so forth. And to where the mother had these little pink things clinging to her. I really hated to beat uh, that possum had to go. I'm sorry, but because there was eight little ones on its back, and I'm like, we don't need eight more possums in this neighborhood. I'm losing chickens left and right. And so shame on me, but I'd already shot Mama before I knew that she had babies on her, so it was after the fact. Um, but I did not try to save any of those baby possums. There are too many of them around here, and you would be surprised. Let me tell you this too. Was down on the river, which is a good ways. It's 1,500 feet from the house to the river. Okay, at least 1,500 feet. So what's that? And that's almost a quarter of a mile ish kind of thing. So down on the river, in my canoe at the time, and going under this log that was across the riverbank, and stopped. And this is in the middle of the night. Was down there checking some traps, and seen this possum run across the tree. Now, it was coming from the other side, coming up towards the house. So I was like, well, there's all little trails and stuff and everything. And I'm like, well, where's that possum going? That I'm found out because there was a marking on the possum, ended up in my backyard trying to suck eggs from my chickens and kill my chickens. And I was like, so a quarter of a mile, now he had to go a quarter mile to get to the river, through the brambles. The other side of the river is really thick with brush and stuff. So and there's nothing in between. Okay, there are no houses because it's all marshland. So he had to come from the other side of the hill over there, a good half mile to three quarters of a mile trek to come find my chickens. You hear what I'm saying? So you think, well, they live in the neighborhood. Their neighborhood's pretty damn big. I'm just saying. Same thing with raccoons. I've videotaped raccoons in the past, but they haven't broken in. I thought it was the coons that were getting my chickens. It was the possums. Hmm. A single possum eats over 500 ticks per year, but I understand why you kill them. I've killed them too. I try. I have caught them in live traps and taken them, 5 miles down the road, kind of thing. But I learned a few years ago. It's like, well, I'll take it down and turn it loose down. No, you got to take them a long way out of the way. Don't 2 miles could be too close to your house. I'm just saying, you know, and I don't want to put them next to somebody else's house because they're possums. But if you don't have chickens and outdoor stuff, then they'll just snip around and get what they can. But one of the things that's been an issue here in South Georgia, and it kind of comes and goes, is them damn armadillos, because they will come up and dig a pit in the yard all over the place, right? And you walk out in the yard, especially for me at night, and I don't carry a flashlight a lot of times because I know what my yard, and I end up tripping on where a possum has been, and you have to wake up in the morning and there are all these holes all over your yard. Wait, armadillo, not possum, armadillo. I do not like them sons of guns. I've eaten armadillo, and you got to be real careful when you clean them. Um, y'all hold that thought right there. I have to go to the other room. Oh, talk amongst yourselves. Ah, boy, that feels better. Don't have nothing dripping on the floor. That's always a good sign. I was thinking of the nature of things, and coming up on just about a year that I've had Duggar, and we have learned each other's habits, non-habits, and things. And so, it's happened earlier than that. But being outside today, and we were walking around in the yard and doing some stuff, and there are two cats that still hang around the house here. And Mama Kitty, she's been here 4 or 5 years, and the younger one 3 or 4 years. Anyway, when Duggar first got here, it was chase, chase, chase the cats. Open the door, chase the cats, chase the cats. So Duggar's outside by the door, and I'm doing something down here. I think I was feeding the cats or something, and the younger of the two is like going underneath him and walking between his legs, and he's just looking down and not giving too much attention. And I'm thinking a year ago that dog would have just chased it, growled, barked, whatever. So in the nature of things, What is natural to the dog is to chase it. But when something intervenes, me, the guy, the man, the person, when we intervene and say, wait a minute, you don't have to chase that cat. You can chase that other one. You can chase one over there. But these two, no, 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 this is family. So you take the natural instincts of the dog and say, well, wait a minute, he can't learn. You can't teach an old dog new tricks, and that's a lie. But so by intervention and by love and had to be stern, that now what's natural for the cat and the cat's going up and like screwing with Duggar, but Duggar, he just ain't having nothing of it. But where it used to bother him, now it doesn't even bother him. And it's been a little less than a year, but almost so. But close enough, you say, well, nature can learn to get along with other natural things. Although the basic impulse of the dog is to chase the cat, it doesn't mean that neither the cat, because both had to learn. Okay, now the one cat's a little more, you know, closer to the Duggar than the older cat, but it's okay. But there's no chasing involved. Now there are times when Duggar will run out of the house and he's like, "Where's the ball? Where's the ball? Come on, let's play," and he'll run. He's just running in the yard, and it just so happens one of the cats are in the yard. So to the cat, the first impression is he's gonna chase me, and it's like now the cat just sits there, and Duggar just runs right on by, and then well, let's play ball. Let's. So one cat's more skittish than the other, but they have all learned that wait a minute, just because he's running in the yard in my direction does not mean I have to run from this critter. So fight or flight, you know what I mean? Although, the mama kitty is a little bit more skittish, but here's the thing though. In nature, things can get along with other things when they learn that maybe our territories, well, we can work together. We can actually, he'll go out in the yard and the cat's out there. And, I expect them at one point, to be snuggled together here in the next year or so. They will have gotten that used to each other. So what is unnatural becomes natural in this thing. So we say, well, can Mother Nature and do things change? Can animals actually get along? I'm referring, I guess, to the old stories. I told a story about the beaver and the otter, how they worked together, and they got tossed off the river till they went way upstream. And Otter helped the beaver build a dam, and it became a pond, and there were fish. And when everything else dried up downstream, there was still a source of water and things for the other animals, who then apologized to Beaver and Otter for throwing them out. But to the point, though, one could say, well, hang on now. The animals talk to each other. The animals listen. The cats and the dog, they've been talking to each other. They know what's going on. So to the answer of whether or not some of these old stories could be true, that the animals spoke to each other, they still do. There are signs, there are smells, there are, cats and dogs that get along who don't get along. You know, um, Duggar won't chase these two cats, but another cat, he's out of here. And I didn't tell him he couldn't. So it's like he keeps all the other feral cats who usually come around and keeping some of the possums away and probably some armadillos. But that he still doesn't mess with the cats. So he's learned to do, the difference of what he can or can't chase. Now, um, so can animals learn? Can they talk to each other? When he comes out the house, those cats know it's him. You know what I mean? So he can look at him and give him a look, and they'll know he's not after them. And out across the yard it goes. So yes, they're communicating. Is it with words? No, but is it with look? It's that other sixth dimension that we all have. I mean, I look at Duggar sometimes and he's giving me this whiny look like I want something. I'm like, but what? So he knows if he wants something to eat, he pulls up his paw, right? So he was giving me this little dance. And so it's like, you want this? Well, that wasn't the answer. What do you want? Some of that? No. And so, but in learning to talk with one another, what he wanted was to get up on the couch there. So I looked at him. I said, "You want to get on the couch? So all I have to do is point my finger and go ahead and." So we're talking with my finger versus verbal. So there are times when he looks at me and he'll kind of look at, the couch like, is it okay? Well, if he's just come out of the swamp, his feet are wet, he's muddy, nah, not until you dry off, or we wash your feet off and then you dry. But I'll look at him and I'll just cut my eyes and move my finger and he knows it's okay. And if it's not, I'll go, and he'll stop. So, that's communicating. Are there a lot of words involved? No. But there's the thought between you and the animal, between you and the cat, between you and the deer, between you and the bear, between you and everything. So if you've had any communication with an animal in any way, shape, or form, mostly to the good side, hopefully, then you know that this condition exists in nature and it's natural for us to be able to communicate. So, there are folks out there, oh, wow, that's a bunch of horseshit. It isn't. When you believe, then the fairies and then the elementals and some of the other beings will have a chat with you. I've been observing the forest since 2019. Animals are not even afraid of me. They look at me observing like I do them. Yes, I was raised by Baloo. As much as you got to go, Lady Spitfire. It's great seeing you. Yeah, I'm going to go too here. It's almost 3 hours. And I just got a cramp. Better watch out. Cartoons offend people now. Oh my God. Yeah. Don't get me started. My favorite movie that I was waiting impatiently to the new rollout was Dumbo, and they cut it, and I'm like, man, I'm sorry. I saw a lion befriend an antelope. The lion was going after the mother who was giving birth to the baby. The mother escaped and left the baby and the lion, and baby stayed together. He didn't. Yep. Yeah. Good night, Lady Spitfire. Yeah. One of the things that these folks these hunters down here, and I've been on my property for 38 years easy, right? 1982 when I first signed the papers, kind of thing. So, I've been, it took me a year to actually move on the property, but the idea though that, and what I was trying to explain to the ladies on Andromeda 7, my hill was nothing but a clay and dirt and weeds and sandspurs. And now it's a forest. I have literally watched a field grow into a forest with hardly raising my finger. I planted a few trees back in the day, but then, creators started putting trees on my property. And I've compared to my neighbor who's, mows it thing. There's, nothing but pine trees and grass. And, he mows it like they mow it like a lawn. And the trees on my property that are like 50 feet away from his are sometimes a third to a half bigger than the trees on his manicured property. Now, he planted them all in a row and he's taken some of them out. But to the point, though, and I have been watching this, the trees on my property have other things growing under them. There are cherry trees. There are I can't think of the name, but they're a shrub. Um, there are wild blueberries that are growing around here. There are blackberries that grow underneath. There are small oak trees that are coming up. And I believe it's the symbiotic relationship of all the things that are growing on my hill. Then you look over there to the neighbors and go, but Dave's trees are bigger around. They're bigger around than the trees right over there. Well, but that's, a maintained forest. But mine is just, it goes through the nature of things. So there are uh, two or three different kinds of oak tree. Well, there's two different kinds. There's the pin oak, and and then there's the big broad oak growing up there. There are maple trees that are growing up there, and I've planted a few of the trees, but most of them birds have dropped. The air has dropped. The pine trees that are there. I've got a lot of the Leland pine kind of, spruce tree growing up there. Well, now I got them all over the property, popping up. Look like Christmas trees everywhere, And somebody said, "Why don't you plant a Christmas tree farm, Dave?" Which is not really a bad idea, but I didn't want to cut them all down. But anyway, but to the point though, I bought these trees years ago and planted them, and they have been the mothers and mother, father, parent trees. And now I got these trees growing all over the place. I've given out some. I say, you come and dig them up. You can have them. Please come get them. They're, some of these are growing too close together. They got to go. At some point, I'm gonna have to cut them down or dig them up or something. And there's too many of them. I'm getting too old to transplant all these trees. I don't know where I'm gonna put them all. It's just so it's an inconvenient thing. But so I've modified, like there's one, I don't care if it gets real tall, but it can't get real bushy. So I've stripped up the leaves up to a certain height. It's still alive. It didn't seem to be arguing too much about it, but I didn't have to cut it down. If push comes to shove and I do have to cut it down in a couple of years, it might not be firewood, but it'd make one hell of a nice walking stick, And I'm thinking of other lots of uses for wood. So, but anyway, I look at some of these trees that are growing in my yard down and go, in 2 years that I can cut that down and it'll give me X amount of firewood, and I won't have to go down in the swamp to go get them. It's in the way right now, and I know if it, but you know what? I'm not going to cut it down right yet. I'm going to go ahead and let it grow for at least another year, and then I'll cut it down because I'm going to need firewood next year. And I'd rather if I cut it down now, especially in the spring, it's not big enough around to really be useful. But if I let it grow another season and then cut it down, well, I can use it for firewood this coming winter. Not such a bad idea. But now my neighbor over there has nothing of that. Now he could cut the pine trees down, which are lousy for firewood, or had his property evolved naturally, he would have the pine trees and possibly even bigger and more valuable as a pine tree. But the coexistence of all these shrubs and bushes, and guess what? Critters live in these bushes and trees, and rabbits, and small furry critters gathered together in a cave, grooving with a pick. Pink Floyd, Ummagumma. But there's this one guy. They were doing, he said, "I got one nobody will ever, figure out." And I said, "Okay." And so I knew this guy, and I knew he's kind of kinky in the head. So he's like, title of a song, okay, and we're doing the charades thing. And he got to about the third one, and I raised my hand and I said, several small species of furry animals living in a cave. Anyway, now I can't remember how it goes, but he was like, "You son bitch." He said nobody was. what has ever gotten it but you, no, you. And I was like, but I know the song. I've listened to it. I've listened to Pink Floyd. I know where you're coming from. And it was his actions that he was another actor. But anyway, wow, the light just went off. What's out in the yard? Woolly buggers. But anyway, so to kind of wrap this up for now, and I would like to do card readings this weekend if I have the energy and stuff goes right. I think we're in new moon or something, so um, everybody will be sprung forward. So I'll probably have to do my time, which will be an hour. Anyway, we'll figure it out. But they've been asking me to pull a couple of cards, and I just haven't quite felt like the it just hasn't felt right to do cards. 220, that's what I was waiting for. It's 420 somewhere. Barry, Doug, Lady Spitfire, she's got to go. um um and Elderberry, it's great hanging out with you guys. Mm. That was some great white grape. That was some great white grape. We had elderberries grow on my property, and they aren't really native in our part of Louisiana. Them birds shitted out on my property. Yes. Oh, and speaking of elderberries, actually, I was going to say the same thing. There are people now, I've got a bottle of elderberry juice or something in a gel capsule. And I was like, and I got elderberry that are in my way that I have to cut down every year because they're right up next to the house. And this one back here, I'm going to have to cut it down again. They can be a little bit invasive. But now that I was like, well, wait a minute, no, these people are selling this shit in the store, and I got, you know, it's in my way. Oh, I need to look at this a little differently. And you can cut it down, and unless you dig the root out, it's coming back up in the spring, and they grow pretty quick too. So, but I've noticed that some of the stalks, if you will produce more berries than a young one that just pops up from the same rootstock. But the thing is, so if they get too old and woody, that you can cut them down, kind of sort of like bananas in a way, and that it'll come back up from the rootstock. So, and they're hard to get rid of. They're all over my yard back over here, and it was getting into the garden, and I was like, well, nothing else will live in the garden. So if I'm looking at my property, then if I had an orchard, I've got some um, pear trees that came out of one pear tree, and I got two of them in the backyard, several others that I have transplanted, and some that have just come up by themselves. Pear trees, and they're the big pear. They're the hard pear, great for making jams and stuff like that. Anyway, um, pear um, pear butter is what it was. My dad used to make. But anyway, um, so I'm looking at my place, and it's like, well, if quote the garden is out, like 20 rows of corn or something, which I can't do that. I just don't have the room. Um, but so there are things that are naturally growing. Like I had a um, really good scuppernongs this last year. Great big black grapes. They're muscadine, and they call them the old timers down here call them bullaces. you know, and oh my God, they make the best wine. Oh, yeah, they got seeds, but spit out them seeds, and the next thing you know, there are vines growing everywhere. Where in clearing out the trails back down yonder, as I'm sitting here, I uncovered several muscadine vines and stuff down there, and I'm like, these are growing way up in the tree, and what I need to do with these things is pull them down out of the trees and vine them lower, so if they do make grapes, I can get to them. Versus, look, Thelma, they're up there in that there tree. How are we gonna get them down? Anyway, You wait and pick them up off the ground. But to the point though, so I'm looking at what's already naturally here and going, well, I've talked about doing some homemade turpentine, and in scouting around, I'm like, wow, there's a lot of trees with buggers on them that all I have to do is go by and just scrape this off and put it in a jar. I don't have to injure the tree. I've already got enough injured trees for whatever reason. I can get turpentine from all this stuff. I just got to walk around and collect it. Okay, well then there's somebody was complaining to me the other day. They said, you've got that snakeweeds taking over your yard, and you want me to bring some poison and we'll kill it? And I was like, no. Well, that snakeweed. And I said, did you know you can eat the roots though? Well, what's that got to do with it? I said, because I can't, there's nothing out here but grass now, and I can't eat the grass. It ain't gonna do me no good. But if mixed in with the grass, is now I know it's invasive, but my point is though if it ever come to a situation where I was hungry as hell, I can dig up my yard and get these little morsels out and eat them. And so at some points they're delicacies. Now the Florida variety, which is around here, not so much a delicacy. They're not as valuable, but as a food source, in case the shit hits a fan, and it's taking over my yard. Okay, it's easy to cut and maybe just makes more. And if I dig it up, there's all these little white tubers, and and I can eat them. Okay, it works for me. They kind of taste like water chestnuts in a way. They have that crunchy kind of stuff to them, and not bad. There's not a lot of flavor, but I could see where you could use them in stir fries, especially sort of like a water chestnut would be, and maybe add a little ginger or something like that. But anyway, so I'm looking at things in that. So if my yard's being taken over by elderberries, then why not grow elderberries? Why not encourage them? If nothing else will grow over here, but they're to like taking over, let them go. So then I will tend my elderberries and collect them, freeze them, jar them, turn them into liquid, whatever, because many of the things, elderberry wine was not just good, but there was a reason that they chose the elderberry, and it grows in these great big clumps, and on every year. But I gotta tell you, if you see the fruit, if you know where they are, if you see the fruit, make the berries, and they're ripen up to, if you pinch them, they get them. Don't wait till the next day or two, because they might not be worth a shit. Okay, seriously. Now the dried ones, yeah, but nah, you want them with the juice. Okay, so because you can get the seeds out easier, and then you got the juice, and it's sweeter. And but to the point though, one of the things I've noticed is like, woo, the elderberries are almost ripe, and then something happened, and go back there the day after, and they're dried up, and you go, shit. I lost it. This last year, I've learned that because I was waiting on them. And then all of a sudden, one day they were almost ready. Take them, because almost ready is better than overdone. Just saying. A little meat, a medium rare is better than overcooked any day in my book, you know. So, in my 40 years of living here and watching things grow on their own, I planted things that died. Other things sprouted up, and I allowed them to stay and go, I don't know where it come from. But wow, there's this one sort of Japanese plum, I think it is, an orange kind of fruit, really tasty. And I didn't do it last year, but this year I got to open it up so it'll get more sun. I haven't a clue where it came from, and it's like growing over there, but it's too dense. It's not getting enough sunlight, and it needs it. And so I can't eat an oak tree. I got plenty of oak trees. There's some other shrubs over there. Can't eat them. So as much as I didn't want to cut down the other trees around it, guess what? To have a Chinese plum tree or Japanese plum tree that bears fruit at least part of the year. So there are these different things that come in at different times of the year, and so they're naturally here. Now, it does depend on the weather, too hot, too dry, too not enough cold. There are those factors. But so I'm looking at my property is its value and what has uh, come up on its own, and all these elderberries and all these other trees and all this, wow. So if we have a decent year, then I've got this supply of fruits and little things. Now, will it sustain a household of five? No. But will it help keep this old man alive? Absolutely. Absolutely. And if nothing else, than the medicinal properties of the muscadine. Now, did you know, for example, um, if you're stuck in a situation and you don't have any fresh water, that you could, it's a little bit of a waste, but if you find some kind of grapevine, muscadine vine type thing, wherever if you're down in the swamp or woods or whatever, anyway, there's vines. You can take your pocket knife and you can cut a notch in them and bend them without breaking them because they'll heal, and put a container underneath it, and it will drop fresh water along with the nutrients from the grapevine. And you can, and depending on the time of year and so forth, I've cut vines just because there's too many, and to try to, in my backyard here, I just every year there are places I just have to cut them out. But you cut the vine low, and it'll just weep sap, and that sap you can drink. It's sweet and helpful. And if you're dying of thirst and you want something then you can cut a vine and get sustenance from that. So Mother Earth, and also depending where you live, out in the desert, it's different, um, but you don't see a lot of native folk living there, do you? I mean, so you have to be practical. It's mankind that's decided to live in the middle of the desert when it really isn't the proper place to live. So, there's the practicality of things. And one thing that the natives were practical. If it flooded, they knew, you don't put up teepee down there, put it up higher, and put it on this side of the hill because north winds blow shit out of teepee, so people learn things. And the elders, see, this is still has to do with the ancients and the elders, but they taught this down through the years. And so as the children grew up, they knew which way to face their teepee. They knew which way how far, maybe not on top of the hill, but down the hill a little ways. They knew then not to put it right beside the creek because it might rain and come a flood, especially in the springtime, and never know where the water's coming from, those flash floods, which are scary. And it still happens along creek beds and places and stuff. Now, it doesn't, the flash flood here on my creek ain't the same as like when I was in Arkansas or other places in the mountains where um, the floodplain of the river is narrow, where the floodplain of this swamp is, 3/4 of a mile wide by miles long. So if it wants to come up a foot, it has to go spread out over a mile in order to achieve that foot. So a foot of rain in the mountains, though, will end up being 9 feet of water, like that. I mean, a foot of rain will bring this river up 2 feet. So, or I said a foot, I meant an inch of rain. Anyway, but to the point, water comes up quick in the mountains in certain places. Down here, it spreads out. So, but knowing your terrain, knowing what's there, I mean, understanding what the ancients knew, the old trails, the Thigpen Trail that I've talked about up the road here for me, that these natives knew, and they had these trading routes for centuries before white man ever got here. And because somebody had told him about how good the fishing was in the fall down in Panacea, down on the Gulf, and that you could walk out for a mile, and which you can still do at certain times of the year and high low tide. They're off of Panacea, in they call them the flats, and it's flat and not very deep. There are some holes out there, but people go out there and go gigging for grouper, and I'm sorry, fishing for grouper, but gigging for golly Moses, they flat on one side. Anyway, I can't think of the name of them. Weird fish. Just saying. Ed, you out of here? I'm turning in. Love you, Ed. I'm fixing to turn in too. Just another fishing tale or two, but you know, and tying all this together though, when you just sort of understand that if you're downhill from something, doesn't matter what, rain, rocks, stuff can roll down to you. You know, people, and the other side of the coin is that if you're up the hill, everybody can see you. People say, well, I'm going to put my house right up there on the hill. And for 10 miles around, anybody with a pair of binoculars can see what you're doing on your porch. Just saying. People ask me, why don't you want to buy a house up there in the mountains and build it on the side of the hill? And I went, no. They were like, well, why not? Look at the view. And I said, yeah, I would rather drive up the hill for the view than to, be up on the hill for the view and have everybody else in the valley be able to see what the hell I was doing. I want to go out on my back porch in my nakedness if I want to and salute and howl at the moon. And there's somebody down in the valley going, oh, Martha, there's that old hippie guy that's naked again. Must be full moon. Well, what are you watching him for? Because I can. He's up there on the hill, you know. So it's like, let's make this obvious, So this idea of I want to live on the hill kind of thing for the view, not such a good idea. My neighbors don't know what the hell I'm doing down here at the bottom of the hill, but I can sit here, look out my window and see everything that goes on up there, just about it, without even trying. So, but they got to get out and like, what's he doing down there? I don't know. They're in plain view, I got shrubs and bushes and stuff but people got different ideas, but I would much rather, I got enough open space. My field used to be bigger and there are trees that keep coming up. I'm going to have to cut a couple of them down this year. I can't let I want enough of an open field. I can still go out and throw a football or, hit a golf ball up the hill if I want to. But you're a naked ghost. Yeah. Yeah. Talking about the elderberry, they're talking about the elderberries. Yeah. I have wild black raspberries. Um, Plum trees. I got some wild plum trees that are here, but they haven't made a plum in the last 5, 6 years. And, it wasn't cold enough. I don't think it's been cold enough this year, but it's blooming, and it's blossoming out. One thing I have noticed, we've got the carpenter bees are back. And, because if they don't make pairs, a lot of times they don't get pollinated. So if there's not enough bees around or whatever, then they can put blooms out. But if they don't get pollinated, that's it. So I'm kind of wondering if that's part of the issue as well. But the carpenter bees are back and some of the other smaller bees. But whether or not there are enough honeybees to pollinate the pear trees and the plum trees, don't know. We'll see. Because usually, especially this time of year, you can go out and when you can hear the bees and the insects on the flowers, right on the blossoms. Uh, Ed's out of here. Okay, love you, Ed. Be safe. What you doing there, Michelle? I'm gonna be turning in too here shortly. I was just kind of sort of a little bit on a roll and not necessarily having anything in particular, but hanging out with the ladies tonight on Andromeda. This they kind of shoved it down my throat, like you need to follow up with this. So I was on for almost 2 hours with them, and I've been on here for 3.5 almost. So that makes 5 hours I've been doing live stream. So it's not just me tonight here this morning with y'all, but combined. I don't mind, but I do need, I have been in this position for a long time, and I'm not really sure if I've had supper. I've had snacks and whatever, but I'm not really sure I've had supper tonight. And now it's morning, but I fed the dog and the cats, that's for sure. Oh, I had a bowl of cereal. That's what I had earlier. Yeah, okay. I have had some to eat. But anyway, um, but understanding the natural, and it doesn't mean that we have to go live in a cave to understand what it means to have lived in a cave. And that if we just take some of this basic knowledge that's in the universe, so people will pray to a particular, for me in the Catholic Church, it was pray to a particular saint, right? And it's like, how about I just ask the universe? Because if I'm asking for one person who might have a lot of shit on his plate, a lot of people asking him directly. But what if I just pose this question to the universe and, ask a good entity? I'm going to know if the information coming in is bad because I'm going to look at it and go, now that's a dumb idea, you know. But there are times when those dumb ideas, there might be a little bit of truth in there, and you go, well, I can adapt it. So in life and in the nature of things, animals adapt, trees adapt, the the flowers and the bushes, and the fact that I didn't plant all these pear trees that I have at the moment, but they're all blooming. I can go, wow, where did all these pear trees come from? I didn't plant them all, so birds, okay. And now, but are they going to put out pears this year? Don't know. But at least they're on the property. So if conditions are right, and the bees will come and populate. So, I'm going to ask the bees, maybe I should put out some honey. See if I can make a honey trap for real. That's not a bad idea. But if they're not drawn to the trees and the bushes and so forth, now be a good time for the hummingbirds to come back because of all the blossoms. So, get the hummingbird feeders ready. Um, and hummers are really, really interesting. I've seen little tiny ones, and I've seen some hummingbirds that were like this tall. Whoa. I mean, they sound like a little helicopter. They sound, honest to God, the ones that I've heard sounded like a little mini copter or something, a drone, one of those little drones. They make a lot of noise, let me tell you. But anyway, but when you tune yourself into your surroundings, and your surroundings tune to you. So, I was going to talk about this earlier. When I go down in the woods back here, there are places that are obviously animal trails. You can look in different places and scan the area, but you look over here and you can see that something's been through there. So there are those people that say, well, you don't go down the same trail that the deer goes down. And I go, why not? Well, because the deer will smell you. Okay, well, here's the thing. Some of these people, they put on so much cologne and stuff, and it's like, I've gotten away from the cologne smell good thing. Now I will put on a little something if I'm going to a special occasion, but this daily routine of smelling good and aftershave, crap on that. I use witch hazel for my aftershave kind of thing. So but this idea though, so folks who go down in the woods to go hunting don't smell naturally. So by not using perfumed soaps, and doing all that perfuming thing, I'll also wear the same clothes when I go down in the woods. I mean, when I get home from the woods, because of ticks and bugs and whatever, I'll take my drawers off and hang them up. Take my socks off, shoes, strip my t-shirt off, and then that way, if a tick hits the ride, it ain't on me. So then I put my house clothes on, kind of thing. But the next time I go down in the woods, now, if I've sprayed myself with insect repellent or whatever, instead of throwing them clothes in the laundry and starting out with fresh clothes, I go put them dirty suckers back on, right? Go back down there. Why? Because now I still smell the same when I go in the woods, okay? So my scent that gets on the trees, that are on the bushes, on my shoes, it's the same scent. So instead of the deer going, holy crap, there's somebody been down here. The deer know, oh, it's Dave. Him and Duggar been down in the woods. They might not know me by name, but I found deer tracks. I mean, literally just right behind the house, down in the mud. And I was like, huh, they were literally, that probably was what Duggar chased to the river the other night. I had to go get his ass. I had to go wading and go down the property line. I was a quarter mile away from the house, in the middle of the night trying to get his ass back. He chased something all the way to through the mud and the water and everything. I mean, he was covered in mud. But him and some other dogs in the neighborhood, they were chasing something, and he went out of here. And then I saw the deer tracks right behind the shed. So, but anyway, critters in and critters out. But the interesting thing though is that they have known who I am all these years and can walk through the yard. Okay, I mean, if there was something that they were really worried, scared, or whatever, and that I make a trail, and they love it. They go, "Ooh, Dave's cleared the trail." It's easier for them to walk. So we found out years ago, though, by um, working with the animals in the natural environment, just a few miles away from me at the wildlife center. We learned by working with the animals that if you didn't smell all perfumey, they knew your scent every time. But there would be people who would come up and they got aftershave on, and the animals would just shy away. And people was like, well, that animal comes right up to you, but not to me. And I'm like, it's your aftershave. And they go, what? I'm like, dude, do you have any idea how much a deer can smell and how far away? And you're not, and I can smell you, and you're over there. This deer is going, no, I don't want to get closer because it's messing with their nose. It's not that they don't like you; they don't like how you smell. That's different, right? Although some people have crappy auras, and animals sense that too. So, but in living in the environment that you live, and by me going down and yes, I wash my clothes, yes, and I use a soap that doesn't, it's just a non-distinctive smell, it's just soap. But they can also smell my dirty t-shirt when I put it, and sometimes I gotta say it's yucky. I'm, God almighty, I gotta put this thing on. Yeah, because I want my sweaty self to come off in the woods. They will know I am part of the neighborhood versus being skittish and run if they smell me. You know what I mean? So, but that's becoming part of nature. And I know it sounds a little grody, but a simple thing of like now in the wintertime, it's wearing the same overshirt down in the woods. I get home, I take it off, I put on another long sleeve shirt. Same thing with my drawers. I got a pair of drawers, and it changes. A couple of times I'll wear them to the woods, then it's time for a wash. But it's not about how clean my clothes are when I'm going to the woods. You understand? because I want to smell like the woods. I want to smell like the nature. If I still got muck on my shoes from my last trip, then when I go down this time, my shoes are going to smell like they did the last time. They're going to smell mucky versus something in the house that it might have picked up, or perfume, somebody else's scent, or the cats, So they're smelling my shoes the next time I go down versus another pair that's been washed off and put in the dry. People go, I've seen some people just go overboard. Well, I got to wash my shoes and put them in the thing tonight. You're going hunting tomorrow? Yeah. Well, I want clean tennis shoes. Why? You're going to go right back down the same place. Yeah, but my tennis shoes. And I'm like, put them out by the door, let them dry out, and you're going to go get them muddy in the morning. And but now you want to clean your tennis shoes, and you saw everything's got to be washed when you come out of the woods, because now you're going to put perfume in, and you're going to put those dryer sheets in, and your clothes, and you are going to smell unnatural, and the critters are going to run from you because they're going to be able to smell you from a half mile away. Oh, that's not true. Okay. And then they don't see anything all day. And you go, same thing with squirrels, the old timers back in the day. And I gotta say that there's an old tradition down here that folks don't do like they used to, and that's coon hunting. Not that coon hunting had gone out the window, but down here, coon hunting is pretty much a dying art or dead art. But to be able to listen to the dogs baying down in the woods, and you could hear them go woo woo woo, and then but when they get to a tree and they got one tree, they're and how the dogs talk to one another. That's what I was listening to the other night, and I knew that Duggar was on the river because I've they used to run coon dogs up and down the river. But anyway, but there's a nostalgia about listening to coon dogs, um, up and down the river at night. Anyway, but having to do also with squirrels. And I'm gonna go hunting for squirrels, but they go tracing through the woods, and the squirrels are sitting up looking like going, well, I'll wait till he goes by. And when I started really paying attention to my presence in the woods, that I realized I could come through a thicket of bushes and come into not necessarily wide open, but the bushes are low, and you can see most of the trees, so there's nothing, but the squirrels from 100 yards away can see you coming. And people that go hunting and doing this stuff, and I go, you don't really honestly have a dead blame clue as to your presence in the woods. You're stomping around, you're making noise. You smell like you just came out of I don't, the men's salon, or mostly. Somebody sprayed you down, you got talcum powder all over you. You reek of this stuff, and you want and you're not even considering how sensitive an animal's smell is. So the nature of things, the understanding of the elders, the understanding of the ancients, these things were taught naturally. They became just natural behavior without having to have a lot of explanations, a lot of stories about how the time when they had to get at this the swamp, the time the big alligators in the swamp, and who was it was telling me that somebody got half eaten or did get eaten by an alligator? And I was like, man, it had to have been a big one. Yeah, it was about 15 foot. I was like, yeah, that's a big gator. But alligators, if they're less than 10 feet, probably ain't going to bother you unless you're bothering them, or they're really freaking hungry. That's a possibility. And no matter how big that gator is, they have a lot of closing power, but not in opening. So you can pry a gator's jaws up, even a big one, and get yourself out. And if you was in mind to hold their mouth shut, now if they've snapped at you and they're close, if their mouth is shut, grab a hold that some bitch and hold on tight because they can't open it. They can crush a car closing it, but they can't open that bitch. And so, of course, now I've been down in the swamps and there's not near as many alligators around here as there used to be because of a lot of the game and so forth, because of climate changes concerning all the chicken houses and what the water's like and rainfall and just all of the above. There's just not enough to sustain the population of alligators that used to be here. And I watched a guy on YouTube down in Florida, not too far from where I've lived, and how they have a license to go around to golf courses and to places, where there are nuisance gators. And he took that puppy home and put it on the back seat of it, on his tailgate of his truck, and started stripping that puppy down and getting the meat off of it. And I was like, Now I've had alligator meat, but I've never personally, have cut one up and like what to eat and what part of the gator do you do, and it's like, So it was enlightening. And if I had to, I know that I could hunt gators because how you hunt a gator is during the nighttime, their eyes shine. And I mean, from a long way away, you can see them from across the lake. They'll turn in your direction. And even if you have I got a red and a white, headlamp, put on the red one, and the red lamp will shine their eyes as well, too. Not as bright, but they will. And so when I go down in the swamp at night, I'll scan around, and if there's a gator, he'll be watching you because he'll know where you are. And if he'll be looking your direction, and you'll see those, two little eyes, and the further apart they are, the bigger the gator, right? So if they're really close together, it's a youngling. Not that you should, not pay attention, but they're more scared of you than trying to get you. They might come up and get your fish, but anyway. Even that's, not really. But to catch gator at night is when they're swimming around, and if you can get up close to them, depending on how you have a long stick or a pole with a loop tied at the end of it, and a drawstring back up the pole. So you get next to them and you pull that drawstring tight around their nose. They can't open their nose, so they'll start wanting to twist and all that. But a gator upside down will go to sleep if you get their neck in the right place. And I've seen it done. I've seen a 6.5 foot gator by next door neighbor when he was growing up. One was in our front yard. It fell off his truck before Hurricane Donna hit Tampa. And here's this gator sitting there, and I went over and got him, and he came back over there and he goes, "Now, Dave, you watch him and, get his attention." And he was like, and Sam went around behind him and grabbed him by the back of the neck and lifted him up. And so his head flopped back as far as it would go. And that alligator quit moving. He goes, it puts him right to sleep every time. And I was like, what? He carried that gator back over to his house, to wrap him up and everything, with that gator over his shoulder. And that gator's head just, stuck back with his mouth open. And I was like, that's the damnedest thing I'd ever seen. But to the point, he was part Seminole Indian. His father-in-law was pureblood Seminole. And so they knew how to catch them alligators. Now that was back in the 60s. Then they outlawed them, and now you can get a license even in Georgia to go hunt gator. So, but if, most people wouldn't mess with them. But as a survivor in the swamp, if it was me or the gator, it'd be me, because the gator eats other stuff too, and other fish and stuff. So it's like, does the gator serve a purpose in the swamp? Yeah. But if there's limited resources and it's you and the gator, it's the gator. Okay. And as much as I may leave the gator alone for a while, at some point I might go, okay, it's the gator, you know. But again, in the universe, it's always around us. We're swimming in the source. Okay, doke. My dear friends, it is 3 a.m. in the morning time and 3 hours and 40 minutes, and plus the 2 hours with Andromeda. So I think I have, um, I think I have performed my duty. Uh, a montage. Is that like Montage Bay? No, that's Montego Bay. Never mind. Way down in Kokomo, Montego, da 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 dum, baby da da dum. Mm-hmm. Um, was that the Beach Boys? Yeah, I think so. My friends, in the next day or so, I want to do card reading. So, and also, New Moon is here, and they really want me to do a drum. Now, whether or not I do the drum online or I'm going to do the drum and then get online. But anyway, one way or the other, there's going to be a drum and there's going to be, I'll do a card reading. So, um, here in these next couple of days. So, uh, don't hold your breath, but keep an eye out. Would like to have the participation and the group hugs and everything. So, um, I'm going to do one more for the road and then close with the prayer as always. I'm always grateful and thankful. Tonight, the ladies asked me to do the prayer as we were going out, and I consider it an honor to be that spokesperson, if you will, to in as I was thinking about this earlier, I was like, I'm sort of like I am the shaman in training, but it's sort of like at the end, you ask the priest or the rabbi or somebody, okay, pray us out, or something like, and I'm like, I'm that guy. I don't have a problem with it, but it was the like, oh wait, I'm that guy. I'm gonna, and I don't have a problem with it. I just realized, wait a minute, I have become that guy. you know, you know, humbly, thank you, but I never thought I'd be that guy. Okay, Dave, pray us out. What? Wait, you got the right, you got the right guy here, So I I'm laughing here because it overwhelms me in that the respect that you have for me and allow me to pray you out of the of the thing, if you will. And it's very humbly. I just can't say how much it means to me when that happens, and y'all mean it, and they meant it. So it's like wow. So it's overwhelming to me in a lot of ways, in that I had not seen this coming, that I would be that guy to do the prayers out kind of thing. I'm humbled, grateful. Cheers. So the times that I've had the spirits talk to me and go, Hawkeye. Well, first it was Dave. Dave, oh ye of little faith, believe in Hawkeye, meaning the shaman side of me. So you can be Uncle Dave, which ain't nothing wrong with, or you can be Hawkeye, the shaman in training. which do you choose? And it's like, well, I don't know, I could talk about some of this stuff, or you can follow, which for me, as I look back on things and as I experience them now, this is what I signed up for. I just didn't know it was going to happen. I didn't know how it was going to happen. Um, I was just asked to do it. So, as I've said many times before, I've never asked you to share or like a video, but out of 12 people here, there's 15 likes, it says. That's more than I've ever, the fact that you all have become dear friends of mine and we can get it, it tickled the crap out of me earlier when Teresa says, there are folks that are having a no withdrawal. And I was like, okay, and I was like, yeah, shame on me. I was going to do something last night and I just, something wasn't in the mood or, didn't have it, been kind of tossing around a couple of things in my head and I didn't feel like I had, chewed my cud enough. And I knew I was going to be on tonight. So I was like, well, maybe. But anyway, but with understanding our participation in the universe, you don't have to understand it. Well, it's the pineal gland, and well, it's the brain, and it's the this, and it's like the pineal gland of the soul is in, I will say, in the heart chakra, in your chest area. The people that I have seen where their spirits are leaving their body, it seemed to come out. A lot of folks say the navel. So in that, where is our soul? Where is our spirit? Oh, it's in the brain. It's in the, yeah, we think it. Scientists have convinced, well, we've done the test. Yeah, but when you lose somebody, you love somebody, your head don't hurt first. It's your chest. I was watching something about an alien. He was like, well, I have this, he was taken on human form. So he was like, I have this aching in my stomach and I don't know what it is. I'm not hungry, what is it? And he was like, wait a minute, I'm having human feelings. It's called emotion. And I was like, and it starts right here in my chest and my stomach. Why is this happening to me? And the other guy was like, yeah, I have that kind of, it's sort of like a hole. Yes, it feels empty. How do you, I was like, oh, a good take on that. So it wasn't the either of them's brain or the pineal gland. I'm picking on that because there's so much. I hear that word so much and I go, oh, would you please stop with it's the pineal gland. Well, how about it's just you? It's your spirit. Well, it's a this, it's a that, it's a this chakra. Okay, there's so many folks that worry about the individual mechanics of it when the shamans just understood, hey, sit up straight. Or, that where there's yin, there's yang. So if you sit forward, then you should also lean backwards. If you raise your hand, you should lower your hand. If you open your fist, you should close your fist. These are just simple mechanics. And that when we do them and we just simply ask Creator, we ask the source energy around us to just help us with what we do. So I was down in the swamp yesterday and it was hot and tired and I'd went a direction and oh man, I got myself into a mess. And I was like, crap, I did not intend to come this way and get tangled up in mud and muck and briar patches and, and anyway, fell down, got hurt and way that nobody had found me, so it's like, got to be careful. So I was like, man, I didn't have the energy to make this kind of a walk. I didn't bring my walking stick. I didn't bring my little choppy device. And here I am falling down back here behind this big old tree that I used to be able to get. Holy crap. So then I took a stop and I said, hang on, I just, I'm because of my inactivity, I've lost the stamina I used to take for granted, right? And now I was like, wow, I'm really out of shape here. But I have to do more walks in the woods. And of course, some of these big ass trees and stuff I was crawling over at my age, I used to just jump over when I was a kid, right? Now I gotta like find where's the low spot, you know. But if I can't get around it, then I say, okay, give me the strength to get over this monster. It'll pick me out a spot where I can get over it and not, throw my back out anymore. And to the point though, I was looking for the corner post of the property is what I was looking for, and had missed it because of all the overgrowth and trees falling and so forth. Anyway, and I was bound to determine I was going to find that damn post before I come out of them woods, and I did. But I had to stop and go, okay, now, all right, spirit, I'm going to spend 5 more minutes down here. Show me where that damn corner post is. It's a big post, right? And it's like a 4x8 or post that's been in the ground forever, and that corner post for 3 different pieces of property. And so it's like, I know it's down here. I know it's down here. I passed it, went past it, and then, had to regroup. So, but in that, I wanted to give up, is sort of my point. And I just stopped and said, no, you haven't done this in a while. Let's just calm down, you know, take a deep breath, Yeah, your back hurts and you didn't take your meds before you left and you weren't intending to walk from one side, one end of the property to the other and back. But we got this. We got this. So I was like, yeah, okay. So I was huffing it a little bit when I got back to the house after about, an hour going through some really nasty, dense stuff. It wasn't just like a walk in the woods. No, I was climbing over vines and anyway, and muck and mud and holes and things. So, uh, other people would have said, fuck this. They'd turn around and went back. And I was like, nah, it's up there somewhere. I know that post is right up there. But anyway, so in my persistence, though, I continue to learn. Yeah, I'm out of shape, and we got to do this more often. And but there's the post, and me and Duggar need to walk down here more often instead of down this other way. And just stuff. So I learned a lot of lessons just in that little walk yesterday. I learned about how many there's some big trees down. Oh my God, these things are like they're massive oak trees that are down. And I mean 7,500 foot long. I mean big oak trees, old oak trees that went down through that hurricane. And some of the wood's still good and hard on that great big trunk. And I don't have a saw that's big enough to cut through it, not easily. But man, I know a friend of mine that's got a sawmill at the house, and to have some of that oak cut up into planks. Ooh. But anyway, we'll see. It'd be difficult to get out of there, but something I was looking into. Somebody said, well, you need to buy a new car, a new truck or something. You need to, and I was like, as much as, having a newer vehicle or something that wasn't quite as broken as my truck, um, wait a minute, I'm going to spend that money on my car that I already own. And if I put a couple of $1,000s into my truck, it would actually run. Although at its age, there's some parts that just can't be found. So I could find another junker or whatever. But anyway, so I was thinking, well, I have saved up a more than I ever thought I would save up on my limited income. But staying at home and really kind of, looking what I need and what I want and what money I've wasted on things and stuff. Um, I've gotten to a point where I've got all the necessities, and I was spending on money on stuff I didn't really need. I wanted it, and it'll come in handy sometime. But wait a minute, Anyway, with that said, so I thought, well, in my later life, what would I really like to have? A new car, or a newer car, or truck? And I thought, no, what I want is a mini backhoe. So I've been looking at this Kubota, and it's a little small little tractor. It's got a front end loader. It's got a small bucket on the back, But for being able to go around on my property and in places and be able to pick up, dead trees that are down, uh, make, clear out a road back here. I could run my tractor through it and, and scrape it or whatever, or dig a trench if I needed, or fill in some holes. So I'm like, so there's one for about $20,000. And I'm like, I own my own house. And if I could save up enough money, and if we get the 1,400 that we're supposed to get, I'm seriously thinking about going down to the local Kubota place and going, hey, I want to buy one of them little, those little, you know, tractors with a front end and a bucket on it. Because in my backyard, I could clean some places out. It's low enough that if I dug down in some places, it only in really dry seasons, but I would have ponds instead of this wet mucky stuff, and I could take what I dug out to build up for I can have trails. And I've been looking over it. My friend was down there and he goes, "Man, yeah, you need a small backhoe to get down in here, get between the trees and, be able to help me out." And oh my God, I could raise fish and crawdads and other things in my own backyard, which I have wanted all of my life. So, what do I need at the end of my life? Not that I'm giving up, but, I got less time, unless I live to 120, I'm over halfway, right? So, what would I really like in my old age? To be able to have a little old backhoe with a front end loader that I could go around and move stumps and trees and be able to put the trails I used to have back after the hurricane and be able to improve the place. So now there are places that really need cleared out that's taken me, and I can just go through there and drag some of that stuff out and blah blah blah. So time for my meds. But anyway, the reason I tossed that out there is like, uh, you know, I'm just putting it out there to the universe because, yeah, what else have I got to do, right? Well, I could fix the house. I could do that. Yeah, but the house is okay. I'd like to hire some help to fix my roof, but as far as long term, and if I pass away and it ain't paid off, they get it back. So I will have just paid rent, to rent it, and as but to the point though, I think um, trying to improve what's naturally already here, rather than trying to change it into something that I think it ought to be. I've observed it long enough to where if I if I go along with what's naturally been I've observed, it will just improve it. It will help it to be a better land, a better swamp, better for the wildlife, better for fish, better for all. And in turn, it could net me, crawdads and fish, fresh protein that I don't have to go buy or chase down, or and that is pretty much regulated by the water on my property versus going to the Oclockney where the water's coming from all of these different chicken houses and the land and all the pollution. My backyard does not have the same stuff behind it. So I would rather trust fish in a pond in my backyard than fish from the river where all the other contaminants are. Just saying. So if I have anything to wish for and dream for, that's sort of on my agenda. I'm like, you know what? What do I? Well, I don't really want that, and I really don't want that. I'd like to move that, get rid of that, and get rid of that, and get rid of that, and get rid. If I had that little tractor, I could do that. Ooh, so anyway, I'm wishing out loud. I have sinus issues out the wazoo. I have to I take a half of Benadryl every 6 to 8 hours. And when my nose just starts running and I can't shut it off, Time for my Benadryl. And it's way past time. So, Elderberry, Michelle, anybody else hanging out in the background, continued thanks, continued blessings to y'all. And I hope that there's probably some people who are going to like, damn, son, bitch, you just cutting these folks down. Now, I just think they're too focused on just one particular single thing. When they're, it's like looking at one planet only, when there's so many stars in the sky. So, looking at just the Egyptians and looking at just the pyramids. Well, what about all the sacred and thousands of year old stories about the ancients and the elders and the spirit world? And we're ignoring them because they don't have pyramids. You know what I mean? Well, these guys got pyramids. Let's focus on them. Well, the Chinese have got the Great Wall. Let's focus on them. Let's go over here in the Himalayas. Well, not necessarily the Himalayas, but in India, and because they have all these temples and they have all these. Ooh, let's focus on them folk. They come over here to the Americas and they go, "Where's the temples? Where's the stuff?" Well, these people are savages. They don't know a frickin' thing, right? So these stories are like, yeah, when actually, probably based on all the other stories. So I'm the I am the hey, okay. I am the contrarian. So I think there's value in learning about the pyramids and Egyptians, but I think folks need to just go. That's one part of the planet. That's just an interesting point of time. But what does it have to do with you spiritually? What does it have to do with now? What does it have to do with tomorrow? Just saying, well, I learned about the great good, but could you have been searching or learning about something else that would have netted you more information or some? Because I've done this, you see. So I look at all the time I spent on the pyramids and I go, no, I can't use none of that shit. Practically speaking, I can't use none of it. Well, whether they did this, yeah, okay, but it don't help me in my situation. It's great to learn about. It's great. It's a great story, but there are other stories that net me more value from a shaman's point of view about nature of things. Well, there's those great big stone. Yeah, but what about the rest of the planet? What about all the things that interact with each other naturally? Well, but there's this big pyramid. Okie dokie. Could it, and now I'm not, Teresa, if you get this far, I'm not cutting you down. But because there are other people, well, what's there, it is this or that. So at one point, it was very important. At the moment, not so much. For you and me, what is uncovering the secrets going to do us? We're going to go, isn't that interesting? I found a concrete, this is my story. I found a concrete slab on the side of the Oclockney River in a place that there ain't nothing, there's no reason that concrete slab should be poured there, but it's there. And it didn't float there, but so it exists, but we don't know. Everything is a guess. It's one rabbit hole. Look at the rabbit hole and go, oh, that's interesting. Uh, you know, I've listened, I guess maybe it's my age and the fact that I got into the pyramids really early on in my study of stuff. And the Book of the Dead, I was fascinated with this death thing when it was sort of like a goth period I went through. It wasn't called goth back then, but that's what it was. And so I went through this goth period, at least mentally, and I realized that somehow all of this was like death and dying and down and dark and blah. And I just didn't want to be that. It's like, why? All this darkness and blah. And I'm like, no, 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 no. You know, um, love, light, and life, was the saying that I think came through the Casey Foundation. But love, light, and life, the three L's. And it's like, I lived by that. I still do. But I mean, it was like sort of a mantra, sort of like, praise be to you, my brothers and sisters, or, blessings upon you all, or, love, light, and life. Wow. If you love and you have light in your life, you will also have life. Great. Trinity. But with that said, time for meds, time for bed, time to go out and check the stars and see about Orion and if it's moved. I think Doug left us. I'm studying animal signs. I don't need other study. Yep. One of the things I found out, though, Elderberry, I went through all these stages with learning these. I studied about the Hindus. I studied about Buddha. I studied. I just had no interest to go much into the Jewish faith, although I have many friends of mine in the faith and have learned much over the years. I didn't have anybody that was, interested in Islam or the Quran or anything like that. So I did not study that. Not out of any kind of, I don't like them. There just wasn't anything there that I really wanted to study. It just didn't interest me. Some of the South Sea Islanders and some of the other folks and, indigenous tribes, I've read and heard some things about the indigenous, Aboriginals in Australia, and very much impressed in what, they just go off on a walkabout, like, don't need anything. Mother Earth has got it. We'll make it along the way. What? And you trust in yourself. You trust in the group you're with. You trust in the land. And you just put, oh my God, the faith involved in that. And so it's like, but how many white people have that kind of faith, and trust in what's already here? So them folk know that source is around us all the time. And indigenous peoples all around know that it is around them all the time. And we've been cluttered with so much dogma. Folks can't see the spirit for the trees, So anyway, good night, David. Love you. Love, light, and life. Yep, I'm out of here too. 4 hours and 7 minutes, Michelle. You had me, and 2 hours in the other show, although I didn't say much. So, but anyway, this is not a cut on any of the folks or of any of the beliefs of people. But at times I just think they put too much emphasis on things are really cool to see and possibly understand, but what does it net them in the long run? That's all, Are you just going down a rabbit hole that is just gonna, you ain't gonna find nothing, but you're gonna keep on digging. Hey, Joyce, I'm still here, still there, here, 11. You want to drum? Me too, but not tonight. It's on my list of things to do. I've been getting some of the debris in my yard cleaned up. If I hadn't gone on that walk yesterday, kind of thing, I tired myself out. I was surprised, actually. I was like, man, I got to do this more often. Damn this getting so damn getting so tired so easy. But anyway, I realized I got to build myself back up with walking and I've been clearing trails and slinging a machete and clipping and toting and burning, and it's not like I've been sitting still. So, but that walk yesterday, along with all the trail cleaning I've been doing here this last week, it's like, I think I'm just going to take a day off. If NASCAR was on tomorrow, I'd watch the race or something. I'll have to wait to Sunday for that. But anyway, but my friends, I love you. Thank you so much. And 329, we missed it. I missed it again. All right, just because I can. One more for the road. I went up and petted it. When there was a big black snake in the country. Oh, speaking of snakes, I saw my first snake in the wild this season. Was going through this big pile of brambles and trees and limbs and crossed over. It's a mess. And I went to reach over and I saw, and I was like, people have said that I have a snake sense. So I just stopped and went, wait a minute, and went, there you are, and picked him out on a limb. And it might have been about 3 feet long, just kind of coiled up, a typical oak snake sitting on a limb. And I was like, he looked at me and was like, I ain't going to bother you. I had to go around anyway, but it was like, so all the years, I mean, I have like on the river have stopped a canoe and said, wait, there's a moccasin nearby. And sure enough, there would be one. My friend Serge, before he passed, he was like, man, you can pick them out. He said, I'd have kept going. And I said, nah, whatever. So I was always in the front, but I always knew, I was like, it's okay to paddle through here. And we'd been through here before. And then there was one morning I was like, we're stopping right here. There's one nearby. Where is it? Couldn't necessarily smell it, but sense it. There's a moccasin. There's a snake nearby. I have freaked people out over that. You go, what? And I go, yeah. Oh, there it is right there. It's okay. So, but anyway, but in the wild today, I saw my first snake. And I was like, oh, cool. Don't know what's out there for it to eat. That was a curious place for it to be. But since there are these snakes in my yard for quite a while, and, over this last year, I don't have any chickens or eggs. So where these snakes were getting a meal every once in a while was from my hen house, and I was allowing it. No hens. So I don't know what they're hunting. I was like, well, but he was a baby snake compared to the bigger snakes that are around here. I mean, there's one that looks like a python. I swear to God, it's 7 foot long. If it's an inch, it's huge, beautiful snake. It lives around the house somewhere, and me and it have gotten along for 20 years or more. So I don't bother it and it don't bother me. And we have learned to live together. And there are those people that think that, I'm in league with the devil, when it's like, I don't think the devil would stay around here. But anyway, I think it's the idea, and it's proof to me, versus whether anybody else wants to believe it. It's proof to me that if you've got the right vibrations, there are all kinds of critters and things that will just live naturally around you and won't be repelled or upset. Or, I mean, that snake could have jumped in and coiled up when it would, because I could have reached out and touched it. So I was that close and I knew it saw me. So, but his reaction was, okay. So it didn't jump. It didn't try to move. And I didn't try to, antagonize it in any way, but I was like, ooh, I see you there. I see you. Not going to bother you. Spoke to it, looked right at it, and then went sideways. It just, watched me and just minded its own business, and I went on around it. So, but there have been times when I have seen things like that, and as soon as we spot each other, it runs or jumps or, So the fact that there is that animal connection within the source, if you will, within the force. So my friends, let the force be with you. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the really wonderful blessings from the universe. Each and every day when I put my feet on the floor and I thank Mother Earth that I'm still here, I continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you, your friends, your family, all of your relatives, and all of your relations, past, present, and to come, will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And in that law of three that's so important to me, I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept, receive, and continue to share the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. Without you, well, I'd probably still be chatting to myself, but without you, this wouldn't work near as well. And what's working is that we're learning to respect each other, have conversations, share ideas and thoughts and prayers. And I think we're doing just fine. So, without any religious overtones, keep your spirit high, keep your vibration as high as possible. And even in the darkest times, there is light. We need darkness so that the earth will rest. And there hasn't been a time when the dawn hasn't come. It may have been a little late, it might have been overcast and cloudy, but the sun has usually comes up. So have faith. Believe, 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 believe. Till next time, I love you all. Be safe. Be considerate, be kind, and be compassionate. I love you all. TTFN from South Georgia. Cheers, everybody. Till next time.